of work and a lot of things will come in the future. So now we are going to take a very quick trip through the different phases of the project. The preparation, development, implementation, and dissemination. And to walk you through that, I will pass the floor to my colleague from Técnico, Joanne Laranjeiro. Thank you for everything. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. So as Luis mentioned, I'll take you through a journey on how this project developed over these 3 years. As Luis explained, the project was organized in 4 phases. The preparation phase, the development phase, the implementation phase, and the dissemination phase. So the preparation phase consisted in a status report based on pre-identified conditions and needs. So this was not a needs analysis, because that's something that you usually do upon the submission of the application. But this consisted in surveys that were delivered to the Latin American universities, aimed to understand the challenges faced by Colombia. Sorry, but I'm moving away from the microphone. And Brazil in attracting students to staff mobility programs. You will hear about this in more detail in a little while. And also the fact-finding study table, that this was a document that presented the good practices developed by all the IMAT partners. And it served as a reference for the later on the catalog of tools, and helped us design other activities such as the pilot workshop and the trainings. Now under the development phase, we had the catalog of best practices. This consisted in the pilot version of the catalog. That resulted from categorizing the fact-finding study table. And then this later on led to the pilot version of the catalog of tools. Okay, this was then tested in the pilot workshop that took place in Vilnius Tech, and where the participants had an opportunity to contribute directly to this version of the catalog of tools. Still under the development phase was the International Mobility Interactive App, the IMOB, that you'll also hear about in a little later on. Also a very important result for us. It included the design of the interface. We wanted it to be something that was user-friendly and something that could be easily broadened beyond the initial partners that are part of the project. Of course, we wanted it to be useful. And this also was possible by creating a database that was filled in by all the partners that contributed to selecting and refining the content, ensuring that the apps remains useful beyond the IMAT project while fostering engagement and shared responsibility. Still under the development phase were the training programs, also another important activity. These training programs took place in each of the Latin American partner countries, in this case in PUJ in Javeriana, in UFRN in Brazil, and in PUCP in Peru. Okay, and the main objectives of this training was to strengthen the Latin American institutions' capacity in attracting students and academic and non-academic staff to mobility initiatives. Now under the implementation phase, so after we had the preparation phase, the development phase, and after the knowledge acquired during this phase, now it was time for in this case, the Latin American partner institutions to apply the knowledge that they gained. And one of those, two of those activities actually were the mobility labs and the mobility exhibitions. So the International Mobility Labs had the purpose of making information on internationalization more accessible and didactic, involving the academic community. So this was more of a practical and hands-on approach, initiatives that were directed more in this sense. And the international mobility exhibitions that had the objective of informing students, academic and non-academic staff about international mobility and promote the internationalization in the hosting institution. So this was more of a activities that included more presentations, testimonials, a more illustrative and expositive approach. So in the case of the labs, there's a mistake because that, of course, is not Uniend. That the picture is from Javeriana. We corrected it in the meantime, but to not mess up the alignment of the presentations, we didn't want to send the new presentation. But these were as you can see, there's a lot of work involved here. We are resuming in one slide what was a lot of work from our partners, organizing all these activities and the impacts and that they had. You'll hear also about this later. The exhibitions also were organized in Colombia and Peru and Brazil. As I said, this was more of an illustrative approach. And finally, as part of the dissemination, so a way of promoting and exploiting the results that we have been developing, are the local conferences that were organized in each partner country, our catalog of tools, and where we are today, the international conference. Okay, so the local conferences were organized in Brazil, Unifor, PUCP in Peru, and Javeriana in Colombia. And our catalog of tools also is one of our important tools, the results of the project. It is available, the original catalog is available in English and is translated in all the in the languages of all the countries, in this case, the Latin American countries that are part of the project. Right? And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Joanne and Luis. I don't know if anybody has any questions about the project in general. Do you want to ask the coordinator something? Okay, so if there are no questions, let's continue with our keynote address, Internationalization 4.0. It is my honor to introduce our keynote speaker, Dr. Luciana Stalivieri from Universidad Federal Santa Catarina in Brazil. Her keynote address, Internationalization 4.0, Connecting Global Knowledge for Institutional Transformation. The internationalization of higher education is not longer just a vector of academic mobility and scientific cooperation. In a scenario marked by technological acceleration, artificial intelligence, and global knowledge networks, a new frontier emerges, Internationalization 4.0. This approach proposes a strategic integration between digital innovation, inclusion, sustainability, and social impact, redefining the role of higher education institutions in the contemporary world. This conference invites professors, managers, researchers, and students to reflect on how internationalization can be a catalyst for institutional quality, regional development, and global protagonism. Emerging practices such as digital internationalized curricula, transnational collaborative networks, global micro-credentials, and home-based internationalization strategies with a focus on equity and social relevance will be discussed. More than following trends, this conference seeks to inspire a new vision. How can we internalize with purpose, connecting diverse knowledge to transform our institutions into more innovative, inclusive, and globally connected spaces? Please join me in welcoming Dr. Stalivieri.
Bom dia a todos. Muy buenos días, muy bienvenidos. Welcome everyone. I'm very sorry, but professors cannot be stuck, flows the knowledge. So that's I'm going to be moving around. First of all, I'd like to thank you very much, IMET organizers, for bringing me here and having the opportunity to talk to you this morning. Special thanks to Yadira for the special care and compliments for this beautiful project. I know how many difficulties it is to coordinate, especially when you have babies coming together, right, Joanna? Especially when you have lots of things happening. But you have the most consistent things that you are showing right now. You have deliverables. You have lots of things that you are really giving to academic society. And you are helping the internationalizationalists to think about and to progress with our reflection. So congratulations, and I'm very glad Luis mentioned that you're going to have more things to come, more projects and more ideas and more results for us to learn from you. And a special hello to everyone, all my friends that I had a chance to meet. Cesar, who invited me, and I had a chance to visit Lima, Peru for the first time, and other friends that I've been meeting during this conference, my Brazilian friends as well. When I thought about this conference, it was, first thing, I have more questions than answers. And the idea for us here is to be provocative, is to instigate, is to stimulate the debate, the reflection, and especially inviting us. We've been doing so many things for internationalization, and sometimes it's important, it's necessary to stop and think a little bit about our practice, our day-by-day things, and especially the results. But the most important thing is, where are we going next? What about the next questions for internationalization? So, Internationalization 4.0, Global Connect, connecting global knowledge for institutional transformation. And the idea for us is exactly to progress with my slides, first of all. Here we go. To understand the basic comment or the basic knowledge or the basic concept of education 4.0. It's a modern approach to teaching and learning that aligns with the fourth industrial revolution. I'm pretty sure you've been following the fourth industrial revolution. We came from the agricultural, the industrial, technology, where digital technologies, automation, artificial intelligence are transforming society. I don't know about you guys, but I'm feeling myself being transformed every day. In the last 15 minutes, how many times did you look at your cell phone? We are hyper-connected. It's almost like we don't live without being connected, being plugged anymore. So it's transforming, and especially our workplace. And of course, we have X, Y, W generation, nômades digitais, internet generation. But right now, the Latin alphabet ended, so we move it to the Greek alphabet, right? We are having the alpha generation, beta generation. And consider that we are educators, we deal with education, we must be very attentive. Who's coming? What are their expectations? What kind of internationalization the new students will demand? What about the researchers? What about the staff? faculty engagement. Professors were completely forgotten in the whole process of internationalization. And right now we are demanding them, you have to internationalize your curriculum. So Education 4.0 invite us to think about this, which was an older scenario. We had exactly Fourth Industrial Revolution, marked by the convergence of, pay attention to this, digital, physical, and biological technologies. Artificial intelligence, Internet of Things, big data, and robotics. Just as the industry has been transformed, education also needs to reinvent itself. If education needs to reinvent from this to this, we are having our students with skill development, creativity, critical thinking, Education 4.0. Of course, we have new scenarios preparing students for a world shaped by advanced technologies. And I love this. It shifts the focus from traditional memorization to skill development, creativity, and all the transformation. But the most beautiful thing, we are based on Industry 4.0 as well. And considering that we are the ones who are forming professors, forming professionals, preparing students, forming global citizens, we have to pay attention. What makes the Education 4.0 schools stand out, universities stand out? They integrate technology. I know about that. They emphasize skills for the future. We know about that. We are getting very familiar with this. Creativity, collaboration, critical thinking, digital literacy, working in groups, cooperate, collaborate, co-production, co-studying, co-learning. They adopt hybrid and project-based learning, moving away from remote memorization. We know about that. But this is something interesting. Prepare students not only for exams, but also for the future job market shaped by Industry 4.0. I don't know about you, but I got impressed of these future job things. We have different possibilities that this kind of education manifests. It can give us some student-centered learning, considered all the possibilities of different methodologies. We have personalized education, considering these blended learning possibilities, technology integration, active methodologies. But the most important for me here is future-ready skills. Again, critical thinking, collaboration, digital literacy, innovation, and are prioritized. You must be asking yourselves, but where is Lou going with this kind of reflection? I'm getting closer to the internationalization, which means if you have a look at the Future of Jobs report just released, 2025, you will see that we have microtrends driving business transformation. And those microtrends, they are telling us some about new jobs, new professions, the job market, employers, employees, broadening digital access, rising cost of living, higher prices or inflation. Have a look at this. Slower economic growth, aging and declining working age populations. Some countries, they do not have babies anymore. I've been visiting some universities, they have campus for 15,000 students, and they don't have more than 7,500 students. No babies, no children, no young people. And some other countries, we are having exactly the opposite. But look about the jobs that are coming and the ones that will be missing. Each little square represents jobs being destroyed, the purple color, jobs that are stable, and look at that 1 million jobs that are being created with different skills, different possibilities, different demands. Okay, let's see what is not going to be available. Again, WeForum. I got really impressed, but I kind of knew about that. Big data specialists, artificial intelligence, machine learning specialists, delivery service drivers, fintech. That's okay. I was kind of pretty sure about this. This is a big disaster for me. Why? I wanted to be an executive secretary, and these jobs will disappear. We will not have translators anymore. You just use your cell phone. We don't need anybody to deliver. Postal service clerks, do you remember when you used it to go to the postal service to drop a letter? How wonderful that was? Cashiers and ticket clerks, we don't need to talk to people, we just use technology. So there is a whole change in our lives. There's a whole change in education. And before than being internationalists, we are educators. And that's exactly what we have to think about. What are the jobs for the future? It's not just about technology. It's about transforming the way we teach and learn to prepare students, and look at this, for jobs and challenges that don't even exist yet. What are the jobs for the future? What are the skills? What are the competencies? What are the main challenges? What do we have to think about when we design an international program? What kind of activities? What kind of languages? Are we obliged to speak English if I'm going to an international program in the middle of Amazon, working with binational populations, frontier populations, ribeirinhos, quilombolas? Do we need English to go there to have an international experience? Of course, the question is the future of internationalization, or what is the internationalization for the future? And you are the guys, you are the ones who are deciding not the future of the internationalization, but what is the internationalization for the future that we want? What kind of programs, what kind of countries, what languages? Should we defend the 4 pillars that I consider important? Plurilingualism, planetary consciousness, global citizen, and interculturality. And how can we promote that? How can we stimulate the future of internationalization? I love this guy, Ottavio Yanni, and he wrote something like, global society, seen in its configurations and movements, it's revealed a new moment in history. We are living a new moment in history for sure. This is the horizon through which the past can be reread, the present can be interpreted, and the future can be imagined. So my invitation for you is, let's imagine the future. What's coming next? What about mobility programs? What about internationalization of research? Do your universities have a policy for the internationalization of research, for the outreach? Do we have a policy to welcome international students? Or are they completely free at the campus and we are celebrating big numbers? Oh, we have 500 international students. So what? How are they living? How are they joining this kind of activities? And exactly, what do we know about internationalization so far? What do we see about internationalization? What results we got from internationalization? What are the lessons learned? And I love to go to congresses, people. I've been to EAIE, and I just shared with my friends, for the last 10 months, I traveled in 12 countries to make conferences and to learn a lot, listen a lot. My husband used to be the president of Federal University of Santa Catarina, and I learned from him. You cannot see the universities by your ears. You have to go and see it. Talk to people, talk to your students. Know exactly what do they need. Are they happy? Are they joining their experience? And the lessons learned, people, in these congresses, we always have best practices, right? We all go to show the best. What about the dark side of internationalization? I love this expression, dark side. Let's talk about bad practices. Do you have students who are depressed, who want to commit suicide, got pregnant during the exchange programs? And again, my institution, we have 35,000 students. Should we be responsible for those international students just because they are international? Should we pay attention to all the students? Yes, but they are different because they demand some different situations right now. Are we ready for this new scenario? Because we are stimulating, we are completely convinced international experience is the best thing of life. Even if you suffer, you want to go again. Okay, but what are we talking about? Let's look back a little bit. Do you have any idea which university is this? Yes. But I'm pretty sure we all know that higher education began in Europe, Bologna, Siena, Paris, 1088, Salamanca, University of Coimbra, 1219, right? But this is in India, Nalanda University. And I was really impressed that internationalization, it's not from this century. It's not from the thousands. It goes from the 5th century. This institution already exists, and they had already 10,000 students and thousands teachers from all over the world. And we're talking about the 5th century, Nalanda in India. If you had the chance, go to YouTube and look for a video, 2017, they rebuilt the whole building. They rebuilt the whole university. They had 9 million books, making it one of the oldest libraries in the world. I'm inviting you to do this reflection, and let's progress. Internationalization already existed. So we are not dealing with a new phenomena, but we are dealing with new contexts, new scenarios, new people, new expectations, new everything. And these new scenarios asks us to think a little bit about what are the scenarios of international academic mobility. Just to give an idea, especially to European friends today, it is expected we jumped from 2000, oops, sorry, it's going too fast here. We had this reality expected to come, international mobile students in 2019, significant increase from 2 million students, expectation to go to 8 million students. But again, this is only represents 2.6% of the world's population, considering the numbers. Imagine Brazil, people, we have 2,580 higher education institutions, not only universities, right? That makes an amount of 10 million students in higher education. Look at the numbers of Latin America. We in Brazil will never get to close to 1% physical mobility. And we have to think about, is internationalization for all, internacionalização para todos, or are we still reinforcing a model that it's for an elite? 5% of enrollment, only 0.83 of students in the region studying abroad. What can we do as internationalists? What can you do as educators that really promote and stimulate this kind of internationalization experience to everyone? Student, faculty, staff members, administrators, human beings that are dealing with education. If you look at this, the total number, who are traveling? Asians, of course. It's obvious. I'm sorry, Latin America does not appear here. You can download all these graphics. Look at the main destination. We have uneven growth of unequal access in student mobility. We are down here, 1.3%. Central Asia, really taking more of all these possibilities and opportunities of traveling abroad. How can we stimulate our students? I was just at Costa Rica at the CAIE conference, and we presented a panel. And the ladies, Jadira from Canada, Quebec, Trois-Rivières, they were complaining they have more scholarships than students to join the programs. Some students don't want to travel. How can we understand this phenomena? How can we move everybody to understand it's a great opportunity? And we can, of course, move all these numbers to a different possibility. Just this reflection, people, would be wonderful for us, especially for my friends here, Latin Americans, to think about a concept, a model for the internationalization of education. And I'm not proud to share, especially with Renata, my friends from Brazil, Bruno, that I just met. CAPES, are you familiar with CAPES, the Brazilian agency that funds research and internationalization? We just released the Plano da Pós-Graduação, Post-Grad Internationalization Plan. Not internationalization is the program, but internationalization is there. And what doesn't make me proud is that we are copying a concept of internationalization from South Africa, from Dr. Samia Chassi, you know her. It's a fantastic concept. But why don't we have a Latin American concept of internationalization that really reflects our needs, our context, our characteristics, our demands? It is great, but just this number, it's a reality of diversity, different levels and modalities. One good thing that Brazilian government did, we wrote about internationalization parameters for basic education. And I'm completely sure about this. How can you develop global citizenship in a gentleman 20, 25 years old? This is a concept that must be developed since you were a kid, that you share this planet, share global citizenship. My freedom ends when your freedom begins. So when you think about this, and look at this slide, it takes me at least 30 minutes to make it. What have we learned about the internationalization? We moved from internationalization abroad, internationalization of curriculum, internationalization at home, internationalization, virtual exchange, COIL programs, I know you're familiar with that, intelligent internationalization, and I myself, I'm guilty about this as well, because I wrote about disrupting internationalization right before the pandemic, hybrid internationalization, understanding that we have to work with these possibilities. Thanks to technology, we had a conference this morning. I'm not talking about virtual internationalization anymore. I'm talking about virtualization, which is much more inclusive, and also the concept of responsible internationalization, which means, what about the impacts of internationalization? How can we work with all these impacts, social responsibility? What are we doing with the results of IMET? Is this just here in this room? Is just us feeling the results? No, we have student mobility, but still too much individualized. I'm provoking you to think about bigger things. What do we still have to do? What do we still have to learn? What we still have to look at internationalization? Good practice, let's go for the bad practice. Let's go for the dark side of internationalization, and let's look for the future. We made so many things so far, brilliant projects. How can we make it better? How can we improve our practices? So the question was, what's the future of internationalization? And I asked myself, what is the internationalization for the future? What is the internationalization for the future? I love this sentence from Dr. Andrea Schleicher from OCDE. We need to prepare people for jobs that have not been created, to solve problems that we do not yet know, with technologies that do not yet exist. This is horrible. It's scary. But that's exactly what we have to do. Think about the context, think about the situation, think about how can we build the future, how can we progress, and how can we use the internationalization. What do you see in this picture? Little girl, do you think she's happy? Shows some fear, some sadness. I don't see happiness on her. And of course, the challenges appear, people. We are talking about technology. We are about talking about education 4.0. We are talking about internationalization 4.0. Ensuring schools have proper infrastructure and internet access. I would love to know about your countries, but in Brazil, according to IBGE, Brazilian Institute of Statistics, we have 42% of population without computers. We have more than 40% without internet. Some students, they have to leave their home in order to get some access. And sometimes we have one computer for 40 students in a classroom. So we have this beautiful aspect going on with lots of technology, but on the other hand, what can we do using internationalization to resolve bigger problems? Social impact of internationalization. Are we dealing with the top of the intellectuals in the world? They are solving problems every day. They are dealing with internationalization of research. What about the results? What about the impacts? How can we benefit students equally? How can we overcome resistance to change from traditional teaching models? And how can we engage staff? How can we convince a professor who is completely overloaded, full of things? Are you telling me that I have to do internationalization? My agenda is full. I don't have time to. I can't. So it makes us think about some beautiful sceneries. And please do not understand, don't think I'm having any political position here. It's just to provoke our reflection. Do you know this university? Founded 1978. It's the oldest in Gaza. In 2023, had more than 23,000 students. Exactly in the month of October, this is the picture of Gaza. What are we doing as internationalists to help the 20,000 students that don't have where to go anymore. They don't have an university. Students from Ukraine, students from Russia, where are they going? What about internationalization, trying to do something in order to help, in order to focus, in order to think about? It hurts my heart, people, when I have an African student, and you know in Brazil we do have strong programs with Africa. A student comes up to me and said, "Professor, I'm here for the last 4 years. I don't have one Brazilian friend. I just have African friends. I haven't been to any Brazilian house. I just have African students as my friends." And this makes me think, let's focus on students' voice. When students share with me, "Lu, I came for education, but I found a second home." Some students have wonderful experiences, brilliant experiences, great results. Another said, "I felt invisible in some classrooms." You know, African students speak Portuguese. Sometimes Brazilian professors say, I don't understand his language. "Professor, but he's speaking Portuguese. It's just a different accent, maybe different words, different vocabulary." How can we convince, how can we tell our professors that internationalization is not a department? It's a mindset changing, and we have to breathe internationalization in the campus. We have to understand it's not the responsibility of the internationalization department. It's everybody's responsibility to look at the student, the one who's invisible, and talk to him. And talk about mental health of international students and international professors as well. People who are visiting us, they're not visiting, they are members of our community. These stories reveal both the promise and the pain. They tell us about language barriers, racism, isolation, and also resilience, solidarity, and joy. So, I love Paulo Freire. You know Paulo Freire, one of the biggest educators, very, very mentioned in the world. Those who share what they know change the history of those who learn. How can we share internationalization? How can we multiply the results of internationalization? Another sentence from Paulo Freire: "We cannot deny the right to be more." So if I'm kind of not helping that internationalization is for all, what can I do to include? What can I do to invite? What can I do to be more responsible? Reading documents is an alternative. I don't know if you're familiar with this document from UNESCO, but they say, of course, ensure inclusive, equitable, quality education and promote lifelong learning opportunities for all. I recommend you reading this book. But we have this other one talking about equity and inclusion. This is brand new. It was released in November. Is it enough to declare a commitment to inclusion and equity to generate real change in higher education? Is it enough to write institutional internationalization plans? Is it okay just to add some goals? I want to improve 10%, 20%, and run after numbers? We are talking for the last years about inputs and outputs. How many students did you send? How many students you received? How many agreement terms do you have signed? How many professors? How many publications? What about your citations? I myself convinced people that you have to be a little bit more humanized talking about internationalization, especially talking about results, learning outcomes. What is the difference that internationalization makes in your life? And look, it's interesting because you have this book from UNESCO telling us that 91% claim that have inclusion policies, but they perpetuate inequalities. 49% of institutions identify a lack of knowledge. We all know about inclusion. We all know about equity, diversity. You know the slang DEIB, diversity, equity, inclusion, and belonging. But are we really doing that in our institutions? Are we really including international students, or they are invisible in the classroom? And the question is, we can work for the democratization of internationalization, political and education process that seeks to transform international mobility, cooperation, experiences to be accessible, equitable, and relevant. This is the meaning of democratization. But I started thinking about what is the difference between democratization? What does it imply? distribute resources, reduce economic and administrative barriers that we have, recognize epistemological and cultural pluralities, design face-to-face and virtual modalities to allow the participation of those who have historically been excluded, talking about democratization. And what is the difference, people, democratization and internationalization? Let's try to think a little bit about this. Focus on the structural expansion of access, which means more places, more scholarships, more numbers, more projects, more agreement terms. But I need to look for inclusive internationalization, which focuses on quality of participation, sensitive to social and cultural differences, meet specific needs of marginalized groups. So when I start thinking about democratization and inclusion, we are talking about different things. We are kind of central objectives, increasing the base, but we have to remove barriers. We have to ensure once they participate in a real position, we are not reproducing inequalities. We do have in Brazil asymmetries, inequalities. Usually, top universities get the biggest amount of money for international projects. And we have 85% higher education institutions in the private sector, which makes it so unbalanced. And here we are talking about quality of education, quality of research, quality of internationalization. And we cannot keep reproducing these inequalities. Of course, they complement each other. Democratization without inclusive measures can increase the number without reducing the inequalities. Inclusion without expanding access will be limited. So we have to work with both. And how can we do that? In one line, expanding access, internationalization for all, ensuring that access translates into equitable participation. And equitable means I don't want to look for the 3% of the world population. I have to think about how can I bring more people, move from the declarative to the operational. No more documents, just documents. How can we make it bigger? How can we make it stronger? How can we make it more impactful? And how can we add society in our discussion? The question is, how do we do that? It's so easy to talk about theory, bring literature, bring authors, publications about the topic. How can we do that? First thing, people, again, internationalization is not a department, it's a behavior. It's a mindset changing. We have to keep every day telling everyone, you are part of the internationalization. We need you. We need to work together. We need to understand the concept. What is internationalization in our institution? How can we make it work better? Especially considering this concept, humanizing the internationalization, approach to global engagement that prioritizes people, relationships, and ethical values. Are you feeling good with your internationalization program? Are you happy? Or poorly institutional or economic goals? Our goals, we know about them. We are demanded by our presidents. We have to show results. But as Jadira was just saying, we receive 200 students, we send 200 students, but we deal with 7,000 students the whole year. And that does not appear on the reports. So how can we look for more humanized thing? Fostering meaningful connections, mutual learning, inclusive opportunities. So we all can work together. We all can work with this humanized internationalization. Does that make sense to you people? Yeah, have you thought about this? I'm just beginning to develop this concept, so it's really important to know what do you think about. Going back to education, what we do, align the school with the digital world, professions and challenges that are still emerging. Okay, I got that. It's not about using technology. It's more dynamic, personalized, and connected to reality. Okay, let's now add education 4.0, internationalization 4.0, and this humanized vision. 3 big pillars for us to conclude. I asked my friends for artificial intelligence, and look what they did. I asked them, please, I need a picture. Help me to put biological technologies, digital technologies, and physical technologies together to answer the demands of internationalization. I kind of like it. It explained me. But we need more. We need to understand what is the meaning of internationalization? How can, through the internationalization, I may connect outreach, extension for us in Brazil, vinculación con la sociedad, creo que dice en español, outreach, research, and teaching, the biggest pillars of higher education. How can you use internationalization to bridge, to connect all these things? I thought about something like this, people. Internationalization ecosystem. We begin with teaching, and we can have some projects in the classroom. So I share knowledge. I'm working with students from the engineering department or the architecture, and I ask them, okay, you have to design, you have to project a bridge, but you are not going to project a bridge in Colombia. You're going to project it in Nigeria. And you have to think the way Nigerians think. What is the best direction of the bridge? Can it be built in the morning? They have to be built in the sun, in sunrise. People, the city of Chapecó in the state of Rio Grande do Sul, they are #1 exporters of chicken meat. Who's training professionals to work on that company? Because the biggest country or countries that buy the chicken, Arabians. And you know that Arabians, they need to pray before. There is a whole thing must be done in respect to their religion. Are we teaching our students about that? Cross-cultural studies, stereotypes, interpretation, perception, understanding that there is someone in the other part of the world who thinks, acts, and have different values than yours. So teaching in the classroom, we share knowledge, and we also produce knowledge in order to seek solutions for global problems. I don't want to build a bridge for the Florianopolis scenario. I need to build a bridge for the world, considering all the contexts. I need governance, support initiatives and connections. I need the outreach. What about taking these students from the medical school to work in the poor community? What about taking them to visit a favela in Brazil? What about asking a professor to come with me and see the real situation outside of the university and think about extension programs that are really meaningful, giving visibility, develop science diplomacy, promoting mutual understanding, and the most important thing, reinforcing the social responsibility. What are the impacts of internationalization? How are you measuring the impacts? How are you checking if the impacts are not just for one individual person? It has to be like this, a drop in the water. So many people must be affected. If I cannot have money, if I don't have structure to send everybody abroad to have an international experience, I must bring global discussions to the university. I must bring discussions that impact really in 7 different levels. And it's amazing, people, we still have individual impacts. My program, my project, my experience, me. What about multiplying what you have learned with your program, with your institution, local community, the region, national, international, 7 different levels that internationalization must impact, must promote, must have some better results than just a personal experience. I don't know about you, but when I was coordinating the office, I had students coming back from the international experience. Professor, I want to show you my pictures. Yes, my dear, but first of all, I don't have time. Second, it's not for me. You have to promote this. Intercultural coffee, photo gallery, go to Instagram, but tell exactly what you have learned, share, and we don't have these spaces in our universities. Oh, we have the week, the International Week. It's just a week. We have the Welcome Week, but what about the other 360 days of the year? We need more impact. We have to break the walls of the university and go to the community. The community needs to know what we do. They need to know about the results of our activities. And exactly, if we cannot make it physically, I presented this in a congress in France. I'd love to hear your point of view about this. I detected that we have 10 dimensions in order to work with virtualization of internationalization. If we don't take care of, for example, of logistic dimension, students don't have internet, or linguistic dimension, they do not speak the same language. Wow, but that's the most important thing. That's why we are doing COIL programs. Okay, but Ask someone who speaks Polish to talk to me. It's not going to work. So we have to think about linguistic dimension. I love it. I went to Gliwice and I loved, wonderful experience. What about the academic dimensions? Do you know how much is a credit on a virtual experience? How do you regulate this? How do you count credits in order to validate the students? Is it regulated? What about the administrative dimension? Who pays for what? Intercultural dimensions, how can we measure if the students in a virtual, in a COIL, are really developing that? Legal dimension, okay, I want to make a COIL in China, and I'm going to use Google. I'm going to use, I'm sorry, Google is not permitted in China. So we have kind of legal problems. What about geopolitical dimension? Am I working with a country that is in war and the whole project does, and the whole world is in a bad situation right now? Pedagogical dimension, technological, political dimension, people. Is this diploma be recognized? So I designed 10 different dimensions in order to work with virtualization of internationalization. And putting all these things together. Remember, we're talking about Education 4.0, progressing to this interconnected world, going to internationalization, connecting global knowledge for institutional transformation. So we have research collaboration, cross-cultural exchange, open data repositories. Remind me to talk about the responsible internationalization concept in Europe, which is different from ours. We have the Innovation Hub, global partnerships, smart campus, future-ready graduates. They must be able to work for jobs that were not created, with technologies that do not exist, to solve problems that we don't know they will come. We are having new problems to resolve every day, people. And here is the responsible internationalization. When you talk about this, an educational approach integrating digital technologies, sustainability, social impact. Think about inclusion, social impact, sustainability, global e-learning, and this is our new context. How can we progress without internationalization being more humanized? How can we think about this internationalization being more responsible? That's the concept written in 2018, 2019. First thing, balance, reciprocity, horizontal relations. I'm not proud to have a partnership with an American institutions where they tell me, Renata, Professor, you can send 100 students to us, but our students have nothing to learn with you, so probably we are going to have a couple of students. What the hell are you doing here? Why are we signing this partnership? I want to have this balanced. I want to have respect, cooperate, and collaborate is different to cooperate. Collaborate means I'm more beautiful than you, that's why I'm here. Cooperate means operate together, mutual respect. Accountability, we must tell the society, we must bring the community to our institutions, leave the institutions to the community, invite them to join the programs. In Caxias do Sul, I'm from the south of Brazil, we had a problem with tomatoes. Stock of tomatoes, tons of tomatoes getting completely bad. We hired professors, we invited professors from Universidade de Estúdio de Padova and told them, we need your help. What to do with the farmers, the guys who plant tomato. They stayed with us 15 days, Lina. They taught us, the guys who deal with tomatoes, pasta de tomate, massa de tomate, molho de tomate, all kinds of things made with tomato. Resolved our problem. Why do we still keep producing cheese, colonial cheese? Why can't we learn from French people to learn how to make cheese? You know, so accountability, sustainability. Do you remember Science Without Borders program? Yeah? The program ended. Nobody wanted to have cooperation with Brazil anymore because no more money. And so many institutions, we couldn't progress sending students. Either you pay or there's no free lunch. And that was really frustrating. Inclusion, I mentioned it a lot, right? It's not just opening the doors of our institutions. We have to open the doors and work with the belonging, make the students belong to our campus. Feel that, okay, I'm feeling comfortable, I'm feeling safe, I'm feeling happy here. I had a situation very uncomfortable about 2 weeks ago. A Swiss student was talking to the Brazilian students, the cross-cultural study classroom, and she asked, the students are saying, well, you have to be careful because Brazil is not a very safe country. There are some places you have to be careful. And she asked with her Swiss beautiful eyes, but how do I know if I'm in danger? How do I recognize a danger place? Look at this, Renata. A student said, well, you have to look for mal encarado. Mal encarado is a gentleman with a bad face. I don't know how to say that in English, not even in Spanish. Maybe you can help me. And the other student said, poor lady, but what is a mal encarado, a bad face guy? And the student said, I know how to explain, professor. It's the gentleman with a t-shirt, Bermudas, and Havaiana shoes. Well, that means 90% of Brazil. I am a bad guy because I wear sandals all the time, you know? So how can we work with this inclusion and make it belonging? And the last one, people, about compliance. If we say yes to the internationalization, we have to think about all the consequences of joining. If you go down to the playground, you have to be ready, right? And which means, look at the legal aspects, look at the more humanized internationalization. I don't want to listen to people, students coming to me and saying that I don't feel that I belong to this institution. I'm pretty sure you know this gentleman. He didn't wrote this, okay? It's just because reminded me about the first speech. He mentioned something about bridges, about connections. Internationalization is more than an academic strategy. It's an essential path for the advancement of science and technology and human development. When we share knowledge, we create links and build bridges between different cultures. And internationalization, I understand that it's a powerful tool to promote peace, inclusion, and global prosperity. So the idea is, let's think about how can we work with something like the pedagogy of kindness. It's a wonderful theory. How can we think more humanized internationalization? How can we think about the practices? How can we bring more students, but thinking about their well-being, if they are feeling good, if they are feeling comfortable in the classroom, if the professors are joining us, and plus global solutions. I love this slide here. If an egg breaks from an external strength, life ends. Se rompe por una fuerza interior, la vida empieza. If it is breaking from the inside, lives begin. So the big changes in our life can begin from the inside. My message to you people, again, once again, saying thank you very much for your patience, your attention, is let's think and let's pretend a more humanized internationalization. We are not exporting chicken. We are not exporting packages. Packages don't cry, they don't laugh, they don't suffer. We are dealing with people. And the idea is exactly, let's look for education for peace, much more than technology. Thank you very much. Too much time.
Thank you so much, Dr. Stalivieri, for this enlightening and wonderful presentation. I think it gives us another view of internationalization. And I guess the participants, both inside and virtually, might have some questions for you. So please, comments, questions. We can use this as a conversation panel as well. So if you have a question, please raise your hands. And if you have our virtual participants, if you have a question, you can write it on the question and answer chat, and we will pass them on to Dr. Stalivieri.
Thank you. Thank you, Luciani, for your wonderful conference. Very inspiring and meaningful for all of us. My name is Renata Arcanjo. I'm from Brazil, from Natal, University, UFRN, Federal University of Rio Grande do Norte, one of the participants of the IMET project, which I'm very proud of. So thank you all colleagues here for the beautiful work. And Luciani, my question or comment for you, well, it's more that I would like to listen a little bit more from you about this humanizing concept of internationalization, because when you say that internationalization is more like a mindset, it's not something that we do, but more a behavior, and we have to have this mindset or changing our mindset to it. How can we build relationships, more humanized relationships within our institutions and with our partners' institutions when people only want to have numbers? Numbers is the most important thing. How many agreements, how many, and for the agreement, how many collaborations, how many research projects, how many papers that will be published as a result of this collaboration and not cooperation. And how can we talk about human relations within this logic? So I know that it's all about your conference, but I wanted to know more how to do it, because we have to convince our colleagues within the institution and our partners that, okay, results are really important. We are here to, as an exercise of compliance, to show society about the results of our project. But then we have, and I think we have built a wonderful relationship with all the colleagues during this 3 years project. And I mean, even this project ends now, probably, and I hope for it, that our human relations will remain. But how can we expand?
Thank you, Renata. You bring so many important and fundamental elements. I'd say you're not ending the project, you are just beginning. Right? You are just beginning, because so far it was okay. You had a project, you had a structure, you had some funds. That's really important. But what really is going to stay is different partnership than relationship. And you are building relationship. Partnership is exactly strategic alliance. I have, again, so many agreement terms. And what we are looking for is people. Hardware, fantastic. Software, fantastic. People will make total difference. And that's exactly what you are bringing here. You are beginning, you are building in this beautiful project. Second thing, this is a question of $1,000 for sure. How? The how begins with the why. I love the book of Simon Sinek. Maybe you're familiar with that. Starts with why. If people in our institutions, they don't understand the why are we internationalizing? Why are we signing agreement terms? Why are we sending students abroad? They will never be convinced on the how, and they will never understand the importance of their participation. And you can ask me, okay, but how do you develop the why? And then we have to think about institutions, and I think it's Professor Jost just published, just 2015, published something saying that professors were completely left behind the whole process. And I just mentioned, now we want you to internationalize the curriculum, including CAPES. That's one aspect they will evaluate. And when you ask Brazilian agency, okay, but how are you going to evaluate if the curriculums of the postgrad programs are internationalized? They don't know. And I don't know who knows about curriculum internationalization, actually. So, Renata, I would say the first thing is make clear what is the purpose. It's not an issue that we want or we desire to. The society is demanding global citizenship. The society is demanding for global solutions. We need to have professionals that really think about the global, the planet, the ODS, and the whole situation that we are living in. I made a study and I checked what we call in Brazil Diretrizes Curriculares Nacionais, the basic documents that organize the graduation programs of business administration. And I was looking exactly for this information. Are we really forming global professionals to work at companies that export? In my city, buses that are running here in Colombia are from Marco Polo. That's from my town. They have plants in India, in Colombia, in Portugal, in South Africa, in Monterrey, Mexico. Who are the professionals who are going there? And then I got to this sad conclusion, we are not preparing global citizens. So we have to begin with a discussion with curriculum, the purpose of internationalization, which is not just for numbers. But again, now you tell me, okay, but we have the rankings. Yes, we do. And they are complex. They are very questionable, but they exist for good or for bad. We have to follow and we have to respect rankings as well. This is very polemic for sure. But if we don't have numbers, we don't know how to measure, and something that cannot be measured cannot be evaluated, right? So we have both ways to go. We cannot forget numbers, but the idea is, okay, let's start looking for the results. And this comes with webinars, comes with meetings inside our institutions, calling professors to discuss, giving capacity building programs for professors to know how to develop a COIL program. Some of them don't even know how to send an email. And when they talk about research policy, means that why Latin America are so low cited internationally? Because we publish in Spanish and Portuguese. That's not the language of science. I'm sorry, I'm not defending English, but that's a fact. I just mentioned to Lina and Brito, one of the papers that I have, it's most cited, I published in English at the World University News, which is not a scientific paper, but it's in English, and the international community read me. So I had to help the rowboats to find me. And maybe we need this kind of capacity building for our researchers to show them, to explain, listen, it doesn't matter just to sign the agreement term. You are the guy who will be working with biodiesel, with clean energy. I need you and you need me. And this is the relationship we want to build. So webinars, conferences, invite people. Every time you have a foreign person, ask them to share their cross-cultural situations, cultural shock, cultural shock reverse. What is the concept of culture? When I was in Poland, they invited me to talk about ethics and artificial intelligence. And my first question was, what is ethic in your country? Well, ethics is just one thing. No, it's not, unfortunately. What is punctuality? Is this room clean or dirty? It depends. It depends of your cultural background. So we have to build this kind of mindset, changing mindset, changing the signs at the campus, writing them in 2 languages, 3 languages. So virtual things can, wow, what's going on at this university? Are we being internationalized? Yes, we have to. We are not selling our education. We are entering the global education because we need to form global citizenships. And this, Renata, can be another conference, you know. We are just beginning to write about this, but I'm finding a whole world of things that it's not that we didn't know. We all know about it. We all know that we have to make our students happy, researchers happy. We need to have documents, and we are little by little. Internationalization is not new, and we are still learning. And then we have COVID, and we spent 30 years discussing distance education, and we didn't get to a conclusion, especially here in Brazil, especially in Brazil. And in 30 days, we had to migrate to distance education. It's almost like President Juscelino Kubitschek said, 50 years in 5, right? We had to rebuild something. So let's learn, let's look for, let's program more international meetings. As I mentioned, the step of going down the stairs can mean something. We are beginning a new phase of IMET, and you guys are the ones who have the responsibility, but the ones who have the knowledge to change, the power to change, going back to our university and saying, okay, let's start promoting as many as possible little meetings, little conversations. Oh, that takes time. Tomorrow we are going to talk about some tools for the management of the internationalization. And we will see knowledge management, organizing the documents. If I may ask you, how many of you have your data, number of students, number of agreement terms in Word or Excel documents? Almost all of us. We have to migrate to digital technology. I need my cell phone and I can open it on my cell phone and check how many students went to Gliwice in the year of 2025 to the law department. It has to be International 4.0. And this is another big step. We need to use technology in order to promote, to publicize. We cannot be like ducks. You know, the animal doesn't swim well, doesn't walk well, doesn't fly well. The duck makes everything mais ou menos, so-so. We need to be like chicken. I don't know how to say that in English or in Spanish. We have to cacarear. Cacarear? See? How do you say that in English? What does the chicken make? Anyway, we have to tell people, you know, this is what we are doing. Invite the society, bring the community. We have a French person, we have a Brazilian professor here, and bring more these characteristics, building bridge. And I think that document, that slide, building bridges between the 4 pillars of institution, teaching, research, outreach, and management, I think aligns the internationalization in the middle of it. Thank you, Renata, for your comments.
Thank you, Dr. Talinieri, for your presentation, your inspiring presentation. I think you touched a lot of topics that deserves to be discussed in detail. But thank you for this big picture, let's say. At some point you said that in Latin America, we don't have a model of internationalization. The majority of time we try to use global north models, and sometimes they don't fit in our reality that are clearly different. And then we can see that multilateralism nowadays is in crisis. We see organizations, Comunidad Andina, Mercosur, Alianza del Pacífico, they are not working. So my question is how education and, of course, internationalization can help to bring this cooperation, this humanized world that not even governments can do it. And of course, all of us here, we truly believe in the benefits of internationalization of higher education and how education changes lives. It's the beginning of life. So how can internationalization of higher education can work together with all universities and of course with South America to have some answers and talking about specific internationalization to have this model that is needed because we can't keep working with the global north models that they don't help us and how to help students, how to help individuals to be better, to have a, I don't want to say a better world because of course this is a utopia, but how can internationalization, how can all of us here like help work?
$1 question.
Largely that
It's going higher. It's going higher. Completely agree with you. And again, step with the how, right? How can we? But if you think, for example, we have anyone from the Ministry of Education joining our activities, the Secretary of Education, why didn't we invite schools to join this meeting as listeners or as participants? Why didn't we open the doors for this meeting? Of what we don't know. And people have no idea what we do. They don't know about internationalization. So I think, again, it's time to open the doors, build bridges, invite the Minister of Education. They don't come the first time. They send the third level guy to come. Okay. For the second time, the third time, they will start listening to us. And I think it's the big mistake we did. Go inviting them to the concept of global. That's Tanya, she's great. Tabuleta, they are fantastic, but they are in South Africa. It's a completely different context. Sometimes I can't figure out to say things now. There's no reason that I can lose my job. Sometimes we think that this job is- yeah. 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 I mean, I- I'm done. Happy. All health. They have odontology, psychology, medicine, um, just the health area. And they tell us, nobody wants to partner with that. We have not offered. It's uh, that like guys, but the one who is good as and stand up and say, yes, we are designing a model. We understand what we need for internationalization. We need again collaboration. We need to cooperate. They have fantastic professors. I have wonderful initiatives. Great. And there is a good state. Yeah, write an email to me. That language defines with Universidad Tecnológica Particular de Loja in Ecuador. And we are just working with their researchers, telling them how to internationalize their careers. Question for you. Do you have an international project right now? If I call you and say, guys, I have here 31 million euros, but I need a project. Do you have a ready project? No. You are researchers. A researcher must have a ready project just to adapt to IMAT, to Erasmus Horizon, whatever. Is it written in English? No. My curriculum, 99 pages. Who needs to read 99 pages? Do you have your CV in 3 pages because I need it for tomorrow? In 3 languages because I can invite you to come to Brazil? No. So very little steps can change the whole process. Begins with why. Why do we need to internationalize? What are the little steps that I can convince, sensibilizar, help the community to understand the whys, the hows, and what they have to do to go to the whats, the golden circle from the Simon Sinek. Okay? And of course, must be planning. Plan, do, act, check, and act. What cannot be measurable cannot be evaluated. In order to progress, if I go back to my institution and say, well, It really, internationalization is based on me. It's on my back. I have to carry it. Nobody really knows what I'm talking about. They just know, oh, that lady travels all over the world. That's what she does. She loves traveling. And here we are kind of a travel agency. As we all know, they kind of make confusions with our activities. No, no, no. We are crucial. We are central. I've heard the president of Mexican Universidad Autónoma de México, una universidad que no está internacionalizada no se puede llamar de universidad. That's very strong. Very, very strong. So it doesn't mean to be a big one. I can be a boutique like Época, que es la Escuela Posgrado Ciudad Argentina. Very small, but extremely internationalized. They just work with post-graduation programs in law, PhDs and masters. Totally internationalized. It's a boutique, and they don't want to be bigger, but they are internationalized. They are doing their job, forming global citizens. I don't know if I answered. I have more questions than answers, but that's why we are here to discuss. Please.
Thank you very much for the presentation. And I would love the management of my university, which I come from, it's Vilnius Tech Lithuania, to listen to it. Also to get the message. And I think we've talked with the colleague that we should think of the occasion for you to be invited to Vilnius. I don't know whether you have ever been there. But I have two questions. The first is, what signs of optimism do you see in us as societies, as universities, in progression towards?
Here comes the $3 million question.
Even
wow.
The stakes gets higher. Yeah, having in mind that we are really getting more globalized, more connected, more technologically advanced, and yet less human with all these wars, both real wars and trade wars and all that is going on in all over the world. And the second question is more of a personal kind. And what you do, what you see as most challenging thing in the work you do, and how do you deal with it?
Fantastic. Let's go to the optimism. We have to be optimistic, otherwise we die, otherwise we don't go to work. And this is the bright in your eyes that has to be stimulated every day. There is a saying from Ortega y Gasset, very, very old book. It's the history of universities, if I'm not mistaken. And they say that moving in an university is like moving a graveyard. We never get the help from the inside. Es como mover un cementerio. Nunca se queda ayuda from the dentro. Higher education institutions, we are like dinosaurs. We are Jurassic. To move one thing while the industry, technology, innovation, big techs, they are just blowing. We are still deciding who's going to relate the meeting to, this is very tiring. But we have to be optimistic. We must keep this, especially keeping in mind that we have a young generation of people coming. And this is our job. We are the ones who can at least are a little bit closer to the presidents of our universities, because they love to say in their speech, my university is internationalized. Last semester we sent, how many students? We sent 500 students. They are really proud of it. And it makes a difference in their speeches. But we must have the 30-second elevator pitch. We meet the president and say, Mr. President, we need an international meeting immediately. We need to bring Dr. Salivieri to our university now. The 30-second pitch with numbers. And with numbers, you can tell them, okay, we need more people to work. We need more people to come at the internationalization department. We need to talk about an internationalization policy for the research. We need to talk about internationalization of curriculum, which nobody's really going deep on that. Some professors are having some initiatives, which is good. And I think also that we must count on friends of internationalization. That may sound a little bit too much informal, kind of a silly answer, but it's not. We have to engage the ones who really understand the reason, the meaning, the purpose, because the purpose will get the engagement. If you know why, you will be committed to that. So we have so many professors. Cesar and Nelson invited me to check for some projects. I was really impressed with the experiences some professors have. And this is something we also have to change. When did you start with your internationalization? I started by the beginning of 2000, which means I worked 30 years in a private institution. I'm professor for 2 post-graduation programs now for the last 12 years in a public institution, wine and water, completely different kind of management. But I still have some memories of professors from the 90s who already had programs with Italy, with Italian universities. And they were so proud to say, it's my project. It's not the university, it's my project. It's my foreign guest. It's my money. Sorry, professor, it's not your money. You have to share this with the institution. We have to institutionalize the internationalization. Otherwise, you're going to have enemies. We are sleeping with the enemy. And how can we change that? Again, I'm full of little sayings, popular sayings. Enemies we treat with honey, not with vinegar. So yes, professor, it's your project, fantastic. Let's talk about it. Let's make a publication about it. Let's put on the journal of the university. Let's bring your, so we have to kind of every day wake up, good morning, what am I doing here? Working for the internationalization, having this purpose, looking in an optimistic way. It's not easy, people. It's not easy. And as I mentioned, I would love to discuss bad practices. Because on those bad practices, the dark side of internationalization, we can find fantastic pearls. How did you convince people at the health department? How did you convince the human area, philosophers, educators, they are more flexible to understand that. But as soon as you start with ladies, I'm very sorry if someone is from the pedagogy area. I did my graduation in pedagogy. They are horrible. Students from the language department, they are the ones who don't travel. It's amazing. You know, the ones who go business administration guys, they like international students. And so we have to understand, including the profile and the context, because you have so many different asymmetries, different perspectives, and again, listen and see the university. Okay, I don't know if I answered. Oh, and you mentioned about my challenges. I moved, and my husband used to say that I carried the piano. Now I'm carrying the papers, the partitures to the piano to play the music. It's an orchestra that must be conducted every day. So right now I have the pleasure to be sitting on my desk doing research, thinking. I'm paid to think and teach and invite my students to help me to think about problems, and especially on the management, because the programs are on the management. So I'm interested in exactly how to resolve the problems the day by day. I told Lina and Brito, I have this subject on the post-graduation program, Internationalization of Higher Education. It's taught in English. It's completely virtual. So anyone from all over the world can join, and we will be discussing these topics. And suddenly I listened, Jadira, people at my LinkedIn, Professor, I'd love to be your student. Professor, how can I do it? Just enroll it. And you know why I lost 18 students? Because the Brazilian system asked a CPF, which is formed by 12 numbers, I guess, 15 numbers, 11 numbers, and the system didn't accept passports. When I discovered that, it was in the 4th week of the program, so I couldn't accept new students. It would break the whole atmosphere of the classroom, which was fantastic. So look at this. We are sleeping with the enemies. And we have to tell them, listen, I need you, guy from TI, from the technology. How can you resolve my problem? I need you to help me, and I help you to keep your salary, you know, because we need people working in this university. Such a little thing I lost. I couldn't enroll 18 international students on the topic. Made me so frustrated, but I learned. So bad practice, sharing that with you, pay attention to that. A little thing can make total difference. Okay, thank you. It's time for coffee, no?
Yes.
I'm sorry I talked too much. Very, very sorry about that. One more question.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for presentation. Thank you for the presentation and appreciate the different perspectives we face today, especially regarding equality, wide encompassing international issues. International, I don't know how to say.
It's
In democracy. My question focuses on what are the obstacles preventing internationalization in our current situation, and especially factors in ethical and critical thinking. Thanks so much.
Fantastic. I would recommend us to keep reading and following the critical studies of internationalization. And they've been focusing some of that and trying to understand, as I proposed to you, this is a critical thinking of what's good, what's wrong, how can we make it better? And when you ask exactly, how can we progress thinking about all this internationalization being more humanized? What are the most important obstacles? Without organizing my thought, I would say we have at least 5 different areas to think. Number 1, we have to start working with administrative obstacles. What I'm talking about here is enrollment, documents, documentation that students bring, you know, the administrative aspect when the student, the professor, the money comes. Sometimes universities want to pay me, but because of the international transfer bank, I'd say no, because we lose money on the way. So administrative things we have to think about. Logistic. Some students just decide to go, okay, I want to go to United States to make an exchange program at Chicago University. They have no idea that the temperature goes to 30 degrees below zero. You know, and when they get there, they suffer, they get depressed because it's all white and beautiful and those little animals jumping and they don't have connected to anybody because everybody's inside. So the logistic means, where are you going? What are your expectations? Do you want to go to technology? Would you like to go to a more historical kind of university? So think about obstacles that you can, and tomorrow we are going to talk about Mobility 360, before, during, and after the program, right? And here I'm focusing on mobility because the IMET structure. So administrative, logistic, let's go to the academic. If you saw that movie, Albergue Espanhol, very, very, very old. I recommend you to have a look. The professor is teaching his class and he's speaking Catalan. And a student from Erasmus raised her hand, is professor, we have more than 15 students coming from Erasmus. We do not speak Catalan, we just speak Spanish. Would you mind, please, speaking Spanish? Then all of us can understand you. You have no idea what the professor answers. In a very rude way. Listen, if you wanted to speak Spanish, you should have gone to Latin America, not here. Here you're going to speak Catalan because I speak blah, 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 blah for 10 minutes yelling at the girl. So what about the academic? Is it okay if I go to Brazil and I invite a student for a beer after class? Yes, it's okay. I go for a beer with my students. I can hug a student of mine and that's okay. I wouldn't never do that in a university in the United States where I lived for 1 year. The first thing they told me, don't kiss, don't hug, don't close the door, don't be alone with the students in the class. It's better if I don't go because I'm too touchy, I'm too Brazilian, you know? So respect and understand. So administrative, academic, logistic. Let's go for the linguistic aspect. Some students understand that they did a course in English in Brazil and they decide to go to Oxford University. In the first week, they understand their English is not as good as they thought it would be. So the linguistic aspect is very important. It depends the purpose, the objective of what you are doing. If you're going to a PhD, your language must be crucial for communication. If you're going to an exchange for a higher education program, you can have a lower level of English. Okay? So it depends, but it must be very well observed, taken care, and it doesn't apply to any kind of certificate. We have to be very, very attentive with quality, looking at the linguistic aspect. And the last one, which I don't consider the less important, I would say this is the most important, intercultural obstacles. A student may go to another country and be very upset, and you all know about that, because the family yells at them all the time. But they are not yelling at the student, it's because the way the family talks. I'm Italian, I talk with my hands all the time. And some students don't adjust because I had a problem when I went to live in London. I'm Brazilian. I used to take 2 showers a day, and the family went to the director of the school to ask if I had any problems with my skin because I take 2 showers a day. And they were very concerned. Janet, Ronald, and Benjamin. Benjamin was the dog, and the dog takes shower with the same place, you know. So for me, a young lady, 20 years old, from Caxias do Sul, interior of Brazil, my first time in an airplane, I didn't know I was traveling to an island. I carried my shoes. I didn't know I could send my shoes to the baggage claim. Imagine the impact on me. I felt like I had an X on my front head. Everybody knew, oh, that's the Brazilian girl with a disease on her skin. I had to move from a different school because I started feeling I was getting really depressed. But nobody told me I could not take 2 showers a day. Just a very little thing that impacted my life. That's why I think I'm so engaged on helping students and thinking about, if you want to go, it's because you want to go, not because your father couldn't. I had a student go into a pre-departure orientation with tears in his eyes. And I said, are you okay? Are you happy? Do you want to talk about this? Professor, I don't want to go. I'm just here because my father wanted to have an experience and he couldn't. So he's really wanting me to go. You know? So it's very complex, and we have to be more professionals to talk about mental disease of international students, talk about intercultural shock. Some professors, Russian professors who went to Caxias do Sul, we wanted to hire 2, we hired 9. They left the snow, went to Caxias. I had to rent 8 apartments. I had 22 people from Russia coming to Brazil. The first 6 months, they didn't produce anything. By the time the president was about to send them back. Why? Because nobody told them what they had to do. And in Brazil, it's more like easygoing. Don't understand this is a bad thing. You know, it's almost like the relationship has different steps. Some people, Chinese students, when I talk to them in the classroom, the ladies from Germany, immediately they start doing things. The American ladies start doing things. The Chinese, they keep kindly things. Do you understand what you have to do? So, go. It's almost like I had to prepare myself to develop my cultural intelligence to communicate with the students. If we are internationalists and we face difficulties, and thank you for asking for the obstacles, imagine a professor who never had the chance to travel, who doesn't speak any language, who doesn't publish internationally, who doesn't internationalize his career, and now we are saying you have to internationalize the curriculum. So one step back. Let's start, you know, capacity building, seminars, webinars, inviting people, sharing good practices and bad practices in order to form a critical, intellectual group of people who can really think about internationalization. Okay, enough of stories. Let's go to the coffee.
We have one question. We have one question from the virtual audience that I think it's important to answer.
Good.
Yeah, actually, we have 2 questions. The first one is from our colleague Juan Camilo Gámez from Unitropico here in Colombia. And his question is, the way governments such as Colombia's evaluate the impact and value of science still favor traditional publications and research with Anglocentric and Eurocentric content and linguistic prestige. How can we make sure that the reflections we are developing here, especially from internationalization, reach these closed circles of knowledge production and continue limiting the social and democratic impact and of Latin American researchers?
Excellent question. And another conference, right, Camilo, just to talk about this topic. We have to break this. We have to break this. And my question is, why don't international researchers, why they don't look for our journals to publish? We don't have too many people from other countries interested in publishing in Brazilian journals. So we have to break this. We have to do our job. We have to maybe publicize better. We have to invite, make special issues, special dossiers to discuss internationalization, invite international researchers to publish with us using language, of course, but I still, and I think Renata goes with me, I want to promote Portuguese language everywhere I have the opportunity to, because it's a language spoken by 300 million people. And of course, it's not economically so prestigious as English right now. Let's travel a little bit with me, especially with my friends from Portugal. Which are the countries where do you speak Portuguese right now? Brazil and Portugal, Angola, Mozambique, Macau in the south of China, Guinea-Bissau, Timor-Leste, São Tomé e Príncipe, Cabo Verde. So in a group of 12 countries at the most, but sometimes we are the 5th or the 3rd most spoken language. So what are we doing to really promote Portuguese language, promote the Lusophone space? And we have to break this, Camilo, and the gentleman who's asking. So I think about talking about internationalizing careers, invite the professors to discuss about this, to discuss about this global north, global south, and the global north has the prestige If you look at what's going on in the United States, I remember the son of my husband was a professor and researcher at Yale University. And the first time that President Trump mentioned something about inviting foreigners to leave the country, João Francisco told me, Lou, if they do that, Yale can break, because I'd say that 80 to 85% of the researchers are foreigners. They are not Americans. So the science doesn't have a country, but the man of the science does. La ciencia no tiene patria, pero el hombre de la ciencia sí. So we must kind of break this, reinforce, and try to open this space. If you have to talk to an editor of a journal, or if you have the chance to publish something, try to publish in your own language plus English. Unfortunately, as we had French, German, Esperanto as the language of the science, right now is English. And of course it's related to geopolitical, it's related to economical power, and so on. But there's room, and we have to work with that. There's another question?
There's another question from Alejandro Maraño. He says, thank you, Dr. Salivieri, for such a wonderful presentation. How can universities motivate and reskill faculty in education 4.0 pedagogies to enhance their capacity to design and sustain internationalized learning experiences?
The question was, how can we engage the faculty?
How can we motivate?
Motivate.
Yes.
Okay. Again, 4 million. We are getting to the $5 million question. So motivation, people, again, I would say the best way is we have to tell these people who don't know about internationalization exactly what are we talking about. So invite professors to discuss, show them good models, show the results, invite the students to tell their stories. Sometimes we have academic weeks, right? Every institution, every program we have, Semana Acadêmica do curso de Direito, Semana Acadêmica de la carreira de Engenharia. We have to use all these little spaces. Give us 15 minutes. 1 or 2 students can make a speech telling about how important was the experience. It's amazing the way that a little drop in the water starts promoting the internationalization. People really enjoy that. People really like to know the stories. It's a life-changing. And for sure, we will have more students than places to go. And that's the idea. The more we can promote, the more we can invite. But it's almost like we have that saying, you can take the little cow to the pond, but you cannot force her to drink the water, right? But we have to show the possibilities, work, and again, we are not very good at systematizing, organizing, and sharing knowledge. We have to share knowledge. We have to invite more people to come to this kind of Congress. We have to bring the society. We have to sensibilize. I don't know if that's the word, but we have to motivate, stimulate. And the house, we have a list of things, but they must be kind of cycle, must be reviewed, must be checked. You do the first one, you have one invited guest. Do it again, invite it again, start discussions, promoting things. Put this topic on the agenda. It cannot be a luxury. It cannot be an appendix. It's in the heart of universities' internationalization. Thank you.
Well, thank you again, Dr. Stalivieri, for this thoughtful, provoking, and inspiring discussion. Now, we invite you for a coffee break down the aisle next to the registration. You can have some refreshments. And for the virtual attendees, I advise you to keep connected, and we'll see each other again at 11:25.
Muito obrigada.
Welcome back, everybody. Okay, so continuing with the agenda, our next presentation highlights the findings from the International Mobility Survey across partners institutions. This survey was done by Vilnius Tech, and Alexandra Sokolova is the one who's going to give us all these findings. Alexandra?
Hello, everyone. I hope you hear me well. And I'm really honored to be here today to present the results of a survey, what was completed by two colleagues of our university, two researchers. And you can see the names of theirs here. It's Indra Lapinskaita. She is a director and a researcher of the Institute of Dynamic Management, and also Victoria Stasitytė. She is a researcher at the same Institute of Dynamic Management. And why this specific survey is so important and was so important for IMAT project, specifically in the development stage of the project, because we needed some information that would feed the planning of our project activities. And as it was mentioned in keynote speech by Professor Stalivieri, that she brought more questions than answers. So we hope to bring a few answers, or at least ideas on what is behind the scene and what is the realities of the international mobility in the Latin America partner universities in Colombia, Peru, and Brazil, and what are the barriers and also opportunities out there for both academic and administrative staff of universities and for students. And we also thought that it is really important to start from some answers because it will help, it actually helped to us for enrich the activities and focus activities specifically there it is needed. And it's also important to realize what we could act upon, because we know very well that some factors cannot be affected by us. We cannot bring more money or more funding. But we do, as international relation officers or university community members or professors, we could contribute to make the situation better, and there's factors out there for us to impact. And so we started from the research on staff members, and I'm really thankful for all the colleagues, IMAT colleagues, who helped to prepare the questionnaire and also tested it and helped to improve it. And speaking with about the research focused on staff, you could see that the numbers of participants was quite impressive. Is 1,000 and also almost 400 participants, a majority of them coming from Peru and quite substantial part from Brazil and Colombia. But we really should realize that the sizes of university differs in IMAT partnership. So they should evaluate these numbers out there, real numbers of respondents accordingly. But we made sure that the minimum numbers of participants of each university are there presented, so the results of the survey are really reliable. And the surveys took place in August 2023, and the total amount of questions for staff 49, with both closed questions and open questions. And we were surprised for both groups of participants, for staff and students, how many open questions were answered. It's not typical to European Union research. Really, we always find it like a few questions. And that also shows that this topic is really of a high relevance. It's really important for our community members to make an impact and also to express what are the realities out there, what are the challenges they face, and what are the needs that they have as related to international mobility. And Speaking about the type of the position of staff members who participated in the research, so majority of them belong to administrative staff, with substantial part for teaching and a small part of research. But again, we should interpret this data carefully because many of us have double roles. You may have a role of administrative staff member and a researcher. So again, we should interpret these findings accordingly. And as you see, there are slight differences in representation country, per university. And with Brazil, for instance, more teaching staff participated, and Peru, a larger proportion of administrative staff participated, and for Colombia, the same. So we also, as participants of IMAT project, we actively participated in research because probably we have most of the knowledge about the challenges that out there what we face. But again, it was a good representation of all of the group. When we started the research, I was guessing what would be the most challenging part and obstacles to mobility to colleagues in Latin America. And somehow I thought it would be a foreign language barrier, but it was proven not. Because as you see from the slides, the majority of respondents speak English, and also a substantial part speaks 2 languages, some even 3. For those who don't speak any foreign languages, they still speak Spanish or Portuguese. That means that's not an obstacle to participation in international collaboration with Spain, Portugal, and also countries speaking this language. So in total, only 20% of respondents do not speak a foreign language. But vice versa, for instance, for colleagues from Europe, that would be a problem for reciprocal mobility. We should project this process and see this process of international collaboration as a two-way process. So we must aware there's other counterparts that might face challenges if they don't speak, for instance, Portuguese or Spanish. I find it difficult here when no one is speaking, but so I need to use a gadget or help of a friend. With the mobility rates, we all know that majority of our staff members have never been to mobility. It's 78%. And with speaking about staff members, the naturally administrative staff members are less more mobile than researchers and teaching staff members. And there are quite differences in mobility rates by country. Again, it's a different dynamics. What is the obstacle? But with rates by country of mobility, there are, of course, naturally, most of them have never been to mobility, but some with once or 2 to 4 times, which is, again, a reality that really could be deducted from our day-to-day lives. Number 1 country for mobility, as you can see, is Spain. And in 2023, it was the United States of America, Germany, Portugal, and France are the top 5 countries for mobility. And thinking of the geopolitical reality of nowadays, the picture in 2025 would be different. I'm really curious how it would look nowadays with what happened in recent years with the policy making and with the United States of America. But it opens another opportunity for us. For instance, for European countries, we also see that we could use this opportunity to intensify the collaboration with our counterparts in Latin America. And what is also important to see from the destination, the countries for international mobility, that it is diversity. It is the mobility within the region of Latin America and also outside of the region in other continents, in South America, in Europe, and in Asia. What motivates staff the most? We also see that naturally we are, as members of university, we are motivated by the financial incentives. But what we find the most important is the positive feedback from colleagues. It's really important for us, the recognition of colleagues, the opportunity to be seen and to know that the activities what we do during the international mobility are valued both by our teams, by our management, by our community, and also recognized. And of course, naturally, there's a professional reasons to share the good practices, to learn from the good practices abroad. And it's very much important to make new contacts. This is the added value of mobility that brings to us. And speaking about the barriers to mobility, this research findings shows that naturally it was a good guess that funding would be one of the major obstacles, but also accommodation come at a second place. It's a reason, again, I don't know if I could call it a crisis, but in many countries, we really find it difficult to offer accommodation opportunities, or it might be too expensive for our guests. So it came up as one of the reasons. But as you also see the last line here, some staff members, substantial staff of members had no problems with mobility. If it's out there, yeah, something could be, solution could be found, and yeah, it could go well. Other challenges that were mentioned include workload at the university, and it applies mostly for teaching staff. If they teach, they find it difficult to leave for longer period of time, and in many cases, even for 1 week, it's a challenge because they have to find the substitute who would teach during that period. And sometimes there's an overlap of the teaching times in terms of when the semester starts, and also there might be an issue of a competition for the funding between the colleagues, which makes tension. And also, for instance, return during the certain time, or the offer for mobility comes up of the most intensive time of a year, and it could seem enticing, but not possible, again, to participate in mobility. And speaking about the mobility results and recognitions, it's highly important, again, for staff members to build a professional network, to share the knowledge, also to get the knowledge from the colleague, and to learn from good practices, and also to improve the subject, for instance, that they teach. And the 3 reasons, the most common reason to go for mobility, to do research, to learn from best practices, and also participate in conferences. As regards the recognition of mobility experience, easiest way to recognize is the training period. Personal recognition, probably it's for professional development in some universities, if they have the rules in place, if it's recognized, this period as important to the professional development. But in many cases, it also made no difference. But this is the situation that is common to also European universities. We also almost ask in our mobility programs what are the way we recognize it. And sadly, we cannot say that it's a system out there in place to really recognize it in practical way. And the most reasons for obstacles for staff mobility, for those who have never been in mobility, they perceive it as financial barriers and professional barriers. As, for instance, I could cite that some feel uncertain if they will still maintain the employment after they return from the mobility period. Probably they're speaking about the longer period, for instance, like training. And the application deadlines were not meeting the timeline that this staff have. But really, as this figure show, that the staff members are really looking forward and they're willing to go for mobility. But the uncertainty out there is really indicated that maybe a lack of information or really some worries, unanswered questions that the staff has before they start the mobility. And we also were interested in virtual mobility, as virtual mobility has become our reality after COVID period. We all accommodated to it very easily. But of course, the physical mobility is a preferred one and will never be the second, will never take a second place when you will ask what would you prefer, virtual or physical. And as you see the quote from the participants, that face-to-face brings permanent personal contact, the virtual only transmits specific knowledge. It doesn't create bonds. And I would say it's like kissing through the window. It doesn't make sense in some cases. And the most useful way to use the virtual mobility for staff is project meetings. I think for us it's become reality. It's easy just to fix something or agreements or make plans. But to make a substantial project or develop joint activities, really physical mobility and meeting in real life would be very important. And as you see also, participation in physical mobility here. It also could come, virtual mobility could come before or after the physical mobility, but I'm forgotten what I was saying. It was asking about the combination of mobility types. Communication with colleagues abroad. There are different trends that our data showed. Is what comes first, whether or intensity of the communication with partners. But in reality, it's mostly once per year or several times per year. And colleagues tend to communicate via social skills or emails, as the physical mobility opportunities are really rare. And it's really important to see how much the international mobility are intensified by the joint development of a joint project. See here. Yeah, what we could see from the results, what are the positive trends, that the country where mobility takes place is really diverse. And participation in international mobility brings really great satisfaction to our staff members. And there's a great indication of a tolerance and a tolerance growing with the international experience of our staff. The issues what we still have is lack of information, accurate information. Administrative staff feels that they really have less opportunities as compared to researchers and teachers, and also the financial barriers. And for the future insights, what we had as a result of research, it's we need to provide more structural information for our community members, and we need to think of the framework in place to make sure that we could deal for teachers with could help to deal with the teachers with their workload and increase international communication. So the conclusions comes as such for the group of staff. So language is not a barrier for international mobility within the Latin America countries that participated in IMAT projects. Absolute majority of participants were really satisfied with the international mobility experience and would recommend, almost all of them would recommend it for a colleague. But the key issues that are still remaining, again, it's information, inadequacy in some calls for mobility in terms of timing, and also in specific areas, it's really rare that mobility could happen. And there are less opportunities for administrative staff, funding issues, lack of recognitions of mobility, and in some cases, it's lack of a proper cooperation. But what are the solutions? Again, I've started from the idea that having the results, we really could act upon it, and actually the IMAT colleagues really had it in mind while planning numbers of activities, what took place during the implementation of a project. So what we need is focus on quality, content, and format of information, what we have, both internal and external, on international mobility opportunities, and it has to be timely, targeted. I mean, we have to know to whom we communicate, whether it's our researchers or teachers or administrative staff. It has to be accurate, and it has to come in very engaging formats and channels. And as it will be presented later on within this conference, it's amazing results what we had and formats what were offered by our IMAT colleagues at universities, workshops, seminars, international days, also that took place, gatherings, and really it helped to not only attract the attention, but also to provide information that is much needed for our colleagues. And what would help is creating the tools. And again, the IMAT had an aim and also created the IMOP application. That was an idea to provide the information on mobility in unified formats. But of course, out there might be other platforms to get that information. And we always could be better with communication, collaboration between ourselves, providing of timely information. Also, sometimes it's a last minute offer, but we should be able to take it and also to spread the knowledge to the colleagues for them to be able to participate in international mobility. And that would be important is to deconstruct the professional barriers, which is related to these workload issues. And there are some examples of good practices of universities that it was agreed with the management that it's a certain procedure and how the professor, for instance, could be substituted by other colleagues, or organization of one-to-one exchange. So when professor is abroad to partner universities, the professor of an university comes to the university. Yeah, it's best case scenario, but sometimes it's really possible. And again, pay attention to this opportunity to administrative staff. In some cases, it's just the lack of information. They do have this opportunity, but they are not aware of that. And in that case, is presenting of success stories, just having a meeting and also discussing while during the events. It's really, really, really important to spread the good message, what are out there, that was the added value, what was learned, how it happened, what was the challenges, and how the challenges was served on a personal level, not just generally, what is possible out there. And again, of the highly importance is the bringing the positive feedbacks of a participant from international mobility. And after listening of keynote presentation, probably we should bring also the topic of a bad experience. If it was bad, again, what was the solution? Maybe colleagues who would go next year would avoid that, knowing that there's maybe a challenge or some important thing to be aware of. And speaking about language, as it was found out, language is not the issue, but as I said before, it could be issue for my colleagues from the counterparts from abroad. Now, coming to the second part of the presentation, it was the group of students. Again, the number was really impressive. Almost 4,000 students participated in the survey. and mostly from Peru, but also from Brazil and Colombia. Again, we made sure that each university, SCHICS University, is well represented. And the students had a little bit less questions, 43 questions. Again, some of them were regular questions with a scale, but a lot of the open questions. And we really received a lot of the information out of the open questions. And they're very thought-provoking. But we also, outside of the 3 Latin America countries that participated in IMAT project, we also have participants from other Latin America countries like Bolivia, Chile, Ecuador, Venezuela, Nicaragua, Mexico. And but we know that the respondents were mostly young students, 19 and younger, or belong to 2024 age group, probably bachelor's degree, but we also had a master's degree students, and there was quite a good distribution by gender in our respondents. The only speaking about the family situation, for us it was important also to get to know that the financial situation and whether students work or not. So 2/3 of the students are not working, like 33% works, but it's slightly different for the countries. In Brazil, the percentage was more or less the same. For Colombia and for Peru, the majority were not working. And the majority of students still live with a family, and that means that they depend on the family, and only 16 identified themselves as independent financially. And the majority of them reported that the family income is average. Out of all of these 4,000 students, only 4 were currently in mobility, and 96 were at the home university. Yeah, it's also what's not surprisingly the percentage of them who had actually mobility experience, but sadly 30% of them are not considering the mobility in the future. Probably they have their own concerns, fears, or worries. I'm not sure that they could go, and the reality is that probably they won't, because the percentage of the students that could be supported on mobility, that is a reality. But they also 62% would consider that opportunity if in future, if there are other factors that would be positive or optimistic. So we divided the students into 2 groups. The one who had no mobility experience. So first we would discuss what are the barriers for them. So first place, number 1, is financial administrative barriers. Financial, that even if they get scholarship, that might not be enough to sustain themselves in a foreign country. That are the perception, what they think about. Maybe it's not reality, but that's their perception. And also in terms of academic and administrative barriers, there might be differences in credits, in programs, in the way that the study process is organized, and also it's worrying for them. And for personal reasons, some of them feel that they are not that fluent in foreign languages, and maybe they lack skills in intercultural communication. There are several concerns. We try to also see if there's differences in perceived barriers for students without mobility experience among the different countries, but they were not really quite big differences among other personal reasons, financial, administrative, or mobility program as reasons. Maybe only a slight difference is like for financial, it's a little bit higher for students from Peru, but that wasn't an essential skill differences between the countries. So the most important result in each group of barriers was personal and sufficient skills in foreign languages, work responsibilities. If 1/3 of students are working, they really are worrying that they will lose their job, and again, they will be difficulties to reintegrate after the mobility period, financial administrative barriers, lack of additional financial resources, differences in educational systems, problems with recognition, for instance, mentioned by Colombian students and for Peru and Brazil, and they saw that it's a poor offer in study programs, at least that what was reported in this survey. And as a mobility program as a barrier, also there's a really high competition to get a scholarship, and again, the issues with accommodations comes as a real barrier. What motivates students who has no mobility experience? It's to learn about different educational systems. They are curious to learn about it, to go abroad, and they would love to receive this financial aid to do that. And also they would love to learn better foreign languages and to get experience of being exposed to different cultures. For students, another group who already had the mobility experience, the most common way of mobility studies, and most bachelor's degrees mostly go for mobility, and majority of them spend a semester abroad. But some really substantial part go for a longer period, like a year. And the number one country is again was Spain, but the other 5, except for Colombia, probably they are the same as for staff members, and that there were also a number of other countries as a travel destination, and it also depends on the partnership that partner universities established all over the world. But motivates the students that already had the mobility experience, so probably the sequence are different. So for those who haven't, they are curious about the educational system, but those who have, they already value that it's personal reasons, and personal in terms that they build their network, they get new contacts, they are more confident, they get new skills, and this is of a highest importance. And also the second place would be the learning from different educational systems, and financial reasons comes as on first place. And barriers are the same, funding and accommodation, the major barriers, but there were slight differences in barriers among the countries. For instance, differences, Colombian students mentioned that there were difficulties in finding the study programs that matches their own. For students from Peru, it was visa issues, residence permits, and some administrative issues with processing the application for mobility. And also for students from Brazil, it was visa issues, residence permit, and special needs, but in sense of availability of health services and social support at the host university. And the students were also asked about the attitudes toward intercultural communication, and actually they were very positive about it. And in the same way as staff members, they would prioritize physical mobility, of course, although with a widespread opportunity of course offered by university, they feel confident with virtual mobility. And they know, and they also confirm that physical mobility is good for interpersonal connections, for cultural immersion, and also it's highly motivational. But it's costly, and it's highly competitive to get to that mobility. And as for virtual mobility, they see that there's a lack of interaction, and in some cases there are technical issues, probably some with connecting or in time differences between the partners. So just to repeat what we saw from the results of the survey is that really an obstacle is financial constraints, workplace policies for those who are working. They are really afraid to lose the part of the income and the job places. And also the things that would highly motivate them is opportunity to professional growth and personal and professional growth. And the same applies, more or less the same applies for those who already had experience with international mobility. But what would be important is also for exchange of knowledge with the groups of students who've been to mobility, who experience these challenges, who overcome these challenges, and also to show that there's really success stories out there. Speaking about the solutions, again, it was important for organization of all of the activity of the IMAT projects. Again, it comes about quality, content, and format. But speaking about the students, it would be important to provide this information about the international opportunity in unified format, in more generic approach. I mean by presenting the requirements of international studies, for instance, abroad, study programs, what are essential differences and non-essential differences in systems, and thinking about the accommodation offer already, because it would be an obstacle if there will be none available. And also speaking on providing the information in blocks, what needs to be known before the mobility, also speaking to them and also explaining and discussing all the concerns, because some concerns may be perceived and not the real ones. And also another block would be during the mobility, provide the support for students while they are abroad, and after mobility, when it comes to recognition, and also the processes to coming back to the university and to the system. And then funding opportunities, because again, from success stories, there might be cases that the company contributes and adds to the scholarship that students receive, or agreeing with the company that they make sure that the workplace will be kept after mobility. But it has to be discussed, it has to be presented, and again, the pathways should be shown to students. Solution is the tools, what we also one an example would be the tool that we created here in IMAT project, IMOP, and better communication between the colleagues, IRA colleagues, again, presenting the opportunities in a clear way, in the right time. And also it could help, as you could see from the destinations, that the similar paths of destinations which is more popular between staff members and students, and some mobilities could be combined. And for instance, staff members who have regular contacts and good contacts at the partner university could help with the students' mobility, with explaining the particularities or presenting the universities, or making meaningful helping to make meaningful contacts at the partner university. And speaking about the working students, it would be naturally prioritizing their short-term mobility or virtual mobility, so they wouldn't lose the opportunity at university or wouldn't lose their jobs. Thank you for your attention, and I would welcome any questions that you might have.
Thank you, Alexandra, for your presentation. I don't know if there are any questions in the audience. We have time only for one question. No? Okay, so thank you, Alexandra, again for these valuable insights. Let's now continue with our lessons learned from the local training conferences and the local conferences. So we now move to two activities that were implemented throughout the project. And I would like to welcome Joan Laranjeiro, Cesar Miranda, Brito Jr., and Camilo Bonilla, who will talk a little bit about these trainings and conferences.
Spoiling already. Hello again. So I'm here to talk to you a little bit about the training programs and the local conferences. Well, more than explaining every detail of what happened, we're hoping to reflect a bit on the innovative characters of these activities and the challenges that we faced in implementing these activities. As I mentioned previously, the training programs took place in Brazil, Colombia, and Peru. And the goal was to strengthen the capacity of Latin American institutions to attract students and staff to initiatives and enhance internationalization. The key outcomes was a collaborative exchange of best practices, ideas, and strategies to improve mobility management for students and staff. And the main activities included interactive workshops, case study discussions, networking moments, and so on. Like I mentioned, the goal was to strengthen the capacity of the Latin American institutions in attracting students and staff to mobility initiatives. But besides this, one of the main purposes of the training was to train trainers. So to have in-house trainers that would receive this information and pass it on to their respective institutions, to their colleagues. So the target audience were participants that represented coordinators or mobility officers, people that were working directly with international mobility, that worked with internationalization, short-term study programs, students and staff exchange, faculty mobility, or double degree initiatives. We had 33 trainees. There was a selection criteria, so to participate in these trainings, trainers would have to be fluent in English, have experience in internationalization, in international relations, and be working with international mobility programs. And like I said before, the willingness to share the content further to their respective colleagues and institutions. So the key topics that were addressed were what at this time we had in the catalog of tools as the main, our core topics, that were management of internationalization with the support of technology, internationalization of the curriculum, student mobility, academic and non-academic staff mobility, internationalization, and communication. And the main feedback that we received was that the practical cases and workshops were very appreciated by the hands-on approach, something that the participants really appreciated. And that these activities were effective to enhance their overall understanding and skill development. Also, the network opportunity was also one of the aspects that stood out as very positive, as a very positive outcome of this experience. Now moving on to the local conferences. The goal was to disseminate the project results, strengthen institutional capacities, and foster dialogue on innovative approaches to academic mobility and internationalization in Latin America. So these local conferences took place in PUCP, in Peru, in Pontificia Universidad Javeriana in Colombia, and Universidad de Fortaleza in Brazil. The key activities included keynote speeches, panel discussions, workshops, discussion groups, roundtables, and a whole lot of work. So at Universidad de Fortaleza at Brazil, the local conference held there was entitled IMAT Conference, Best Practices and Internationalization at Unifor. It was organized in September 2025, and the purpose was to present some of the best practices for internationalization at home. And in Colombia, the local conference was Academic Mobility in Times of Change, held in May 2025. The program combined institutional presentations, academic lectures, interactive discussions, a pilot project showcase designed to address the challenges and opportunities of mobilities in today's context. And in Peru, the Global Ed 2025 conference aimed to foster dialogue on the challenges and opportunities for the internationalization of higher education in Peru. This conference was also followed by a workshop on internationalization and mobility that happened on the next day. This workshop provided a space for participants from the Peruvian network of universities, institutions to immerse themselves in and learn about designing policies and processes for students and faculty mobility and academic cooperation. Okay. And now no one better than my colleagues that implemented these activities to talk to you and to reflect. I'm sorry, I'm trying to put the first, yeah, okay. To reflect on these issues, my colleagues Brito Jr., my colleague Camilo Bonillo, and my colleague Cesar. Maybe I can sit there to ask the questions. Yeah, is there a microphone? So the first question that I have for you is, what was the most transformative innovation of your local conference? And why do you think it can inspire other Latin American universities? Who wants to start?
Hello, good morning. I'm Brito from the University of Fortaleza, Universidade de Fortaleza, in Brazil, in Ceará. So we took in consideration the work that we had done in the IMET project since the pilot workshop and with the catalog of tools. So we thought that it could be a good idea to present to our university community the best practice of the University of Fortaleza for the internationalization at home. So I believe that the most transformative thing that we did this year with the local conference was to create a kind of catalog of tools for best practice, but for the University of Fortaleza community. So we created a document, an ongoing document that will be updated for I don't know how many time, but the idea is to this document to be updated with the best practice that we do in the university, because I think that universities in Brazil in general, they have this we can call weakness of not recording they work. So we believe that with this document, we create something that it can perdure during time, and the students, the professors, the researchers can also look at it and maybe create new ideas for the internationalization at the university. So I think it can be a good thing to have this kind of document in every university to create this pool of ideas and events and publications, etc.
So, good morning. I'm Camilo Bonilla from Pontificia Universidad Javeriana, and I prepared the first local conference back in May 2025. Our main idea was to address some ideas and challenges that we're experiencing in Javeriana, but I'm quite sure that it's our ideas and challenges that are also being experienced by some other universities in the Latin American region, of course. The first one was related with the link that should be present between mobility and the scientific diplomacy. Our vice president for research is very interested in this topic, and she gave us some insights on how mobility shouldn't be only the experience of one person, but should help other areas of the university connect and start working, cooperate with several universities and institutions abroad. So, of course, not letting behind the fact that it's an experience of a person, but also being able to connect and to start working together in reaching common objectives as well. Sometimes it's difficult to understand this part, and sometimes students mostly when they go abroad, they don't understand the opportunity they have to connect. Maybe professors and researchers, for them might be different, because when they go abroad, they usually come with new projects and new possibilities of collaboration and cooperation. So it was actually pretty interesting because we're working on that, as I mentioned, from our vice presidency for research. During the conference, we also addressed like this new trend, if I can call it like that, and but it's called this closing borders that some Latin American countries in this context are experiencing right now. For example, in the US, the Anglo-speaking countries as a whole, maybe, and also some countries in Europe. We have our students are very interested in going abroad to these countries, to the global north, but sometimes it is difficult for them to I don't know, to travel, to have the visas approved, for example. And one of our professors, he's from Haiti. He now lives in Colombia, and now he's a Colombian citizen as well. He was just letting us know that, of course, it's difficult. He told us about his experience as a migrant. And the idea here is also start considering other options, other mobility options, mostly linked to the global south. I mean, it's not the idea, of course. We need to start working with, I mean, every single country in this world. But if it's difficult to migrate, if it's difficult to go abroad for an exchange program or for an academic experience, maybe we should start looking for another link, other countries to work with. And finally, we also talk about the well-being of students abroad. Sometimes we have identified that our students, when they are abroad, they usually handle or try to handle as well mental issues, and sometimes they don't find like a proper or a caring hand abroad, and they always are contacting us because they don't know what to do. So we were sharing that day what Javeriana has to offer in this particular field. We have a really proper and really big and important program at our Vice Presidency for Wellbeing. And it was very interesting to see how a lot of things, and mostly after the pandemic, our students are not prepared for this kind of experiences, even though they want to do them. And it was interesting to know a little bit more about that from our director of the master's and PhD degrees in psychology. So it's just about it.
Hello, everyone. My name is Cesar Miranda. I work at the Pontifical Catholic University of Peru. And I'm going to tell you about what we did in terms of organizing the local conference at my university. And I'm going to try to talk from two perspectives, the perspective of an organizer of an event and the perspective of someone that works in internationalization. From the perspective of organizing the event, I got into big trouble because I wanted to do a good event and I wanted to have lots of people coming. And for that, well, it's a lot of work. You know, you have to think about details, things like the lanyards and the visuals of the events and everything. And at many points of the organization, I wanted just to escape. But in the end, we managed to offer a nice event. It was attended by many people, and we managed to accomplish what we wanted. In terms of strategic thinking of how to get people coming to the university, we started looking at the Peruvian Network of Universities, which is a network of universities that we have in Peru, and it has an office in our university. So I had a close contact with them in order to involve these universities, to invite them to come and to serve their interests, actually. And we started by asking them, what are you interested in terms of internationalization? We surveyed them, and they told us that they wanted to, for example, know a bit more about Erasmus. They wanted to know about networks of universities abroad. They wanted to know how to get funding, and that helped us to plan the event. They told us what they wanted, and we tried to serve them. So we put together an event that was followed. One of the things that they told us, and most important, was that they didn't want to be in a conference where they had to listen to people talk the whole day. They didn't want to sit there and just listen. They wanted to participate. They wanted to do hands-on things. So that gave me the idea of offering a conference like this one, but at the next day, one workshop where I could have these people that work in internationalization working together and talking and doing and planning things. And for that, we had the help of our great friend, Dr. Luciana Stalivieri, who came to the event. And at the first day in the conference, she offered a keynote like the one she did here, very eye-opening, very provocative. And the second day, he was even more provocative, and she did some dynamics with the attendees, and they had the chance to participate, to think, to reflect, and to produce knowledge during that day. So that was key. We also had Camilo visiting us, and a panel that we organized about how to make Peru attractive destination in terms of academic mobility. And we know that in comparison to Colombia is a much more attractive country in terms of numbers, I would say, because you have more students coming to Colombia. And we invited another friend from Learn Chile to tell us how does Chile sell their country as a destination. We have an interesting panel in which we Peruvian universities learn from them in terms of what they do to attract students. And we had another panel that was more hands-on as well. It was about intercultural abilities. It was quite interesting as well because contrary to what you would believe, being people involved in internationalization, many of us have lots of prejudice, lots of preconceptions about international affairs or other cultures in general. So we had a colleague telling us how, making it obvious for people that were there, how do we as international officers still hold these misconceptions about interculturality? So she asked a bunch of questions and she made it obvious for us that even though we are in this environment, we are not fully prepared for being intercultural as needed in order to deal with students and staff that come to visit us. So it was quite an interesting experience as an organizer and also as a participant, but it was lots of trouble. And but in the end, it was quite rewarding.
Thank you. I think that looking at the activities that were organized and the trainings, probably the most transformative aspect is how the knowledge and acquired is already being embedded, is that how you say it? In the institutions, and we're witnessing that right now. So I think that's the most transformative aspect. The second question that I had, sorry, I have to check my notes. What key challenges became evident after organizing your local conference, and how will these insights shape your future internationalization and mobility initiatives?
Well, as Cesar said, there's a lot of challenges and situations that we need to resolve by organizing an event. And I think that in the Unifor case, it was the attendance of the audience. So we had a big challenge with that because we created visuals, we published in our social medias, we sent emails, we sent internal communications, we invited all our university community, but yet the attendance was not the expected one that we thought that we would have. But I believe it's that, as Dr. Stalivieri said, we are not yet in the comprehensive internationalization in our university, but I think it is in general as well. The universities, the personnel of the universities are not yet thinking the internationalization has a way of making the university better. They think it as a department yet. So I think this was the most challenging aspect, but at the end, our audience in the event was very good. We had professors, students, administrative staff participating in each activity and really engaging the activity, as well as international students sharing. For example, we had two students from Tunisia, explaining how the medical system there works. So I think for our students, it is a great opportunity to know how this international system works. So yeah, I think the audience was the biggest challenge.
Well, Brito just said what I was about to say as well. I invited the whole community of the university, around 25, 7,000 people. I mean, I sent the invitation to students, professors, and academic staff. And I also invited more than 400 colleagues from universities in all over Colombia. It was one really hard job to start, looking for each single email offices in universities in Colombia to send them the information and the invitation, of course. It was a hybrid event, of course, as well. And at the very end, we only ended up having 157 registered colleagues. Participation wasn't as we expected, of course. We have a invitation. So that all depends. But for me, and for this conference, that was the biggest issue. The rest of the things, I mean, it's hard to organize this kind of events, but we can handle it. But I don't know, like attract is not that easy sometimes.
Yes. So knowing that, in our case, and having a different context, because in Peru we don't have a proper network for internationalization, and we don't have a conference for internationalization, and the conference happened here or happened in Europe or different places. So there was an opportunity there to fill this gap, to offer an event that could make people interested in international offices throughout the country in the different regions, and to come to Lima, the capital, to have a chance to I don't know, to have contact with people like Lucien or Hans de Witt, who we also invited, and to learn more about what's going on in Colombia and in Chile. So that was the biggest challenge, actually, to have people to come. And as I told you at the beginning, there were two strategies: to have a target audience, but also this was enhanced by the fact that I also told you as well that there is no conference like that in Peru. So it was easier for us to have people interested in coming. But we also needed to, they had to come to Lima. Lima is where a third of the country lives. It's a big city, and the other universities, the other regions are a bit far. It's quite an effort for them to come to Lima to attend this conference. So we needed to offer not only an interesting event with interesting guests and an interesting program, but also an extra activity so that they had it easier to justify, to get the funds, to pay for the tickets and their hotels and whatever was needed to come to attend the event. So that was challenging as well. But we managed to do it, and in the end, it was quite an interesting event. And another thing that I didn't tell you is that since there is a gap in Peru, since there is no internationalization conference, we were thinking about creating an event that in the future may be reproduced, like to have a more editions of the event. So we named the conference, we gave it a name, we gave it a brand. We called it Global Ed 2025, thinking that in the future, I don't know if it's going to be possible because we need funding, in 2026, 2027, or any year in the future, it could be done again. So we gave it a name, we sold it as a yearly event, and it was quite interesting because at the end of the conference and the workshop, people told us that, well, it was quite interesting. We would like to come to events like this in the future. So we have that there going on, and we will try to, I don't know, make the effort of making it happen again. But it all depends on funding, because bringing people to come to visit us and throwing on an event like this needs money. And we're hopeful that after IMAT ends, we have more opportunities with more Erasmus projects or other schemes to have more funding to offer more events like that. But in conclusion, it's like organizing these events have different contexts and different answers to questions with different factors behind. So in my case, we managed to fill up a gap. And here in Colombia, like there are more universities, but more offers of events. So, you know, you have to play with what you have. And yeah, it was quite interesting and a learning for me.
Thank you. So I think that the main challenge first resumes to numbers, attendance, the numbers, the targets. And I remember that in one of our management meetings in Krakow, Camilo mentioned this, the targets that in spite of all the efforts, we couldn't meet the targets that we had on the proposal. And I said to him, but from how many institutions do you have participants? What type of participants do you have? So sometimes it's not a question of numbers, but the diversity. We shouldn't just evaluate the outcomes based on a mere quantitative approach. That we should always mix a quantitative and qualitative approach. And what's the feedback that you received, the engagement that the participants mentioned? And another challenge that I think was, in this case, in Peru, how to convince people to come. Because, for instance, in our case, in Técnico Lisboa, we organized an International Staff Week that this year had more than 100 participants easily, and we would have more, but we just couldn't receive any more. But in our case, and in case of many European countries, these participants can have funding from the European program, from Erasmus program. This is not the case for Cesar when he organized his conference. So he had, what added value? How am I going to convince people to come here? And I think that was a challenge that was specific to the country, to the institution. Okay. I don't know if anyone in the audience has any other questions that they would like to address, or the online participants.
Online, we don't have any questions. Okay, so thank you so much to Brito, Cesar, and Camilo for sharing this experience. So now we'll have a lunch break. The idea is to return by 2 p.m. when we will have our presentation on the IMAP app. So have a very good lunch, and I'll see you back at 2 p.m. outputs of the project, the iMob app, designed to support and enhance mobility management. Please welcome Bogdan Samojedem and Arkadiusz Figurowski from AGH, University of Krakow.
Okay, it's working. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Bogdan Samojedem, and together with Arkadiusz Figurski, we take a part from the side of the AGH, University of Krakow, in this IMAT project. So our task was to prepare our IMOP application, and we work in group together with Yadira, together with Cesar, together with Lucas, and our developer was Anna Wilk-Siedlik. He was a project manager and also working as a creator of the mobile application in different in one of the companies. He was working also. He's the own owner, let's say, of her business. She prepared some of the application for some Polish companies. One of the companies is selling the medicines and also some cosmetics and so on. And another one, which is the big application, is connected with one of the shoes factory. So quite a big application. So Anna has a quite big competition for doing this application. We met 23 times together with our group. So it was rather extensive time, because sometimes we met every week, and we have to make a decision how looks this application. And also we have to prepare some database. So it was mentioned before what is the IMOP application, so I will not repeat it because everybody knows. But from the technical points of view, this is the connection of the WordPress base together with our background. The timeline is mentioned here over there. So it was from the beginning to now. We are in December. Sorry. So we are in December. So we have the almost final version of our application. But before we start working of the application, we have to prepare the database, which finally consists of this group. So first, this is the home university. So now we have the 9 proposition of the university, all the university from the consortium. The next part, this is the target group. So this is the non-academic group, students, non-academic students, on different variation of those 3 options. And then this is the localization. We start with the continent, then the country, and the city. And big thanks here goes to the Lucas, because Lucas knows every city in the world and in the country and in the continent. So we're surprised because he prepared the database when each country, each city was connected with the country. So wow. Next one was the university, and EN means that the name of this university should be in English, because it was the problem, because for computer, for the system, it doesn't matter if for example, in case of our university, last year we changed the name in English because our former name, this is the AGH University of Science and Technology, and from April 2024, we changed the name for the University of Krakow. And in the Krakow is also the problem, because we can use the Polish version of Krakow, of using different version of Krakow without the Polish diacritic letters and so on. So we decided to put the name of the university only in English. Next part was the cycle of study. So we have the first cycles, so the bachelor, the second cycle, so the master, and for the third cycles, this is the doctoral study. Academic area according to the ECCED nomenclature. Type of agreement, this is the Erasmus and so on, type of the mobility and funding. So if this partial or cover all the amounts for the study, and additional information and website, it was the optional, because sometimes it was needs a lot of time for finding, for example, the right website. The website maybe it will be easy, but some additional information. So in Excel, it looks like that one. So it's quite impressive work. So that one is from Vilnius University. So you see how many works we have to afford for preparation of this database. So finally we received 9 files, and when we merge it, we receive over 15,000 records. So we have quite big of the database. But we found some problems and challenges, because each record should be entered manually, and all the agreements have to be checked. As I told you before, the problems was with the name, because, for example, in Krakow, so we have the different expression. So it means all the time the same, because in Polish we can write Kraków, in English version Kraków, and also could start with key. Also in the Spanish, for example, this is the Cracovia. And the same with Bogota, because in the last A there is the that, and in normal we shouldn't use this. In this database we didn't use this A. In the end, just that last version. Also, different funding schemes had to be identified and categorized to ensure the correct filtering and presentation in this app. Also, we have some challenges connected with the standardizing, non-structured, and incompleted partner data. So we have to check all the Excel sheets just to check if there is some missing points or there is some bugs. Also, we have to find some duplicates, conflicts, and so on. So it needs a lot of time just to check all these records. We decided also to, as you see in John presentation, it was visible. It's possible to connect the city together with the map. So we have to have the coordinates, and now we have to thank Lucas, because he knows also the coordinates all the city in the world. So thank you, Lucas, for it. But sometimes it was the problem connected with the different name of the cities as well. And we start merging the database, connect with the application, and the transformation of 2,500 records needs about 16 minutes. So if you have over 15,000, so it needs 7 times more. So the transposition of this database to the application needs a lot of times. And when we find something is wrong with the database, it's the time just to repeat this transformation to this database. But we did it. It wasn't easy. The overview of this application you can see here. So you can see that there is also the map. It's possible to use the specific fighters. We have some technical issue here because I would like to show you this application right now, but it's not possible to. It's not very easy to connect my PC because I got installed emulator of this application on my PC. But let's say I will show you how it looks. So firstly, users can browse courses and training opportunities. Use the structure in the list view. Filtered results based on their profile, preferences, and origin institutions. Also can save the favorites and access anytime, and have interactive maps. Mobility offers also can be displayed geographically. Courses shown as application pins on the map, as you can see here in this picture. And this is also a quick preview, the title, institution, and the city. And if you tap to open the detailed offers. You can also save and compare the mobilities, and also has the access to the favorites because there is the fav button into the bar, and save these items. So we have two different versions of using this application. We can log or don't log. If you are not logged in, so we can only just browse the courses and using the fighters and view the details, but we cannot save the favorites. If we are basic user, so it means that we are already registered and logged in. So we have the full access to the application and can save and manage favorites. And also we can mention that our home university is that one. So we start the fighters with our home university. Also, it's possible when if we are logged, change our personal data, so we can change the name, the mobility time, the home university. We can change the password as well as a mobile email address, and log out and sync out. Generally, it looks like the application looks like on the right side of the screen, and it works right now like in this picture. So what is the timeline? So generally to the 15th of December we plan to finish the test in the consortium, IMAT consortium. After there is 1 week for the implementation of Remarks Bar the development. And just before the Christmas, the application will be sent to the Google Store and to the Google Play and App Store. And depending of the Google Play and App Store, this application will be available for everyone in the end of December or in the beginning of January 2026. But here I have to mention one important thing, that the access to this application will be available for countries only for the consortium universities. From Bogota, from Colombia, from Peru, from Brazil, from Lithuania, Portugal, and from Poland. And if you would like to check this application by yourself, now is available using this QR code. But this application is ready for the Android system, because when we try install on the iOS, It's not very easy to install this application on the iOS. So this QR code is better if you are using the Android. You have to register firstly, but if you found any mistakes, if you find any bugs, so please know. So you can just write to me directly. Or also there is the email connected with this application, open for any question, just for any remarks just from your side. So I am open also right now for any questions from your side. So.
Bogdan, what about the privacy policy and data protection? Where the data will be stored?
The data there are storage on the AGH servers. The policy of Google Play and App Stores must be, no, according to the policy of the Google stores and Google Play and App Stores, you have to have the privacy, we have to have there some rules, and it is in this application. So during the registration, there is the checklist that you confirm that you know the rules and also the privacy regulation as well. But everything will be connected, will be stored at AGH servers.
Hi. Yes. Hi, Bogdan. Nice presentation. I want to know a little bit more about the data updates, because we all know that these agreements is a very fluid situation. Some end, some newer, eventually we get new ones. And is there a protocol already in place on how to update the database from each one? Is there a super user that handles this and it's located in Poland? I get it. That's my guess, right?
Super user is the developer.
Okay.
Because I don't have, I think, such a big ability to
No,
make
that's okay.
any changes in the database. From my side, I have to check the database.
Okay.
We have the timeline deadline in April, if I could remember. So after I check, I try to check all the records and find some differences, but after the program, Anna has some scripts. Finding with which finding the differences, some mistakes and so on, because it happened, because if some university prepared the database which contains over 3,000 records and have to check all the information, it sometimes is hard to find any differences. But Anna, the super user is Anna.
Okay.
And she also merged all the 9 files to the 1 files. I think that this is I am right, because to be honest, this is her works just to prepare the database.
Okay. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Bogdan. I was the one who prepared the database for Uniandes, and I have a question which has been lingering in my head since I prepared the database. Since I downloaded and transformed our data into the format that you asked quite a while, I was about to ask you, how often do you plan to ask us to update this database? Because so far, I think our database, or some of the partnerships that are there that appear active, may be already expired, for example. Not all of them, of course, but they could be. And we also have new ones that are not of course, are not shown there because by the time I did it, they were not signed, so we didn't include it.
It depends of the findings if we found. Because the plan is that these agreements should be valid now. Yeah, the Erasmus program, the agreements in the Erasmus program finish in 2028. I don't know what is the situation here at your universities, but it's money. It's money because you have to invest. If you want to have the make an update, we have to have a money for it. So it depends if the IMAT will be continue or not. Yeah. I think there is no questions.
Thank you, Bogdan. And like what you did is really, it was complicated to explain such a lengthy work. Like you said, we met 23 times, and it was quite difficult to coordinate 9 different universities' way of working into one database. That was very challenging, and I think we did a decent job. And we would like to see the end product soon. And I just wanted to congratulate you for the work that you did, the coordination with the developer and everything from my part and my university. It's not a question, just a comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Cesar. Sometimes our meeting was, we have some state we think that everything was state, but during next meeting everything was changed. But finally we find the final version of our database, and I have to say thank you very much for all the people involved for creation this database, because I know it needs a lot of time and needs a lot of work for preparing this database. Even if you have already done your database, you have to transform it to this format, which we state, yeah. So which we decided that one is. So thank you very much for your work just preparing, because this application, this is not only work of Anna, but generally most of you are also creator of this application. So thank you again.
Thank you, Bogdan, for this participation. As he mentioned it was a lengthy work, but hopefully at the end of this year, or probably the beginning of this next one, we'll have the application ongoing for everyone to be able to explore it. But in the meantime, we invite you to look at the QR code and try to explore it. And if you have any questions, maybe you can ask Bogdan and Arkadiusz during the coffee break. So, we are a little bit ahead. So right now we're going to have a very short coffee break until 3, if that's okay. And we'll come back for the last presentation of the session today, which will be Intelligence for Mobility and Talent Attraction from a Peruvian university. So let's just take a couple of minutes to refresh in some coffee and see you back here at 3 o'clock.
And I've been working all day, and now I need to play, and I need to feel that beat, feel that beat, feel that beat. I need to move my feet, move my feet, move my feet, move my
Tercer llamado. Vamos a continuar con el evento, favor ingresar al auditorio.
Third call. We are about to continue with the event. Please proceed to the auditorium.
Welcome back. So now we have our last session of this afternoon, and it focuses on the use of data to transform mobility strategies presented through the case of a Peruvian university, Universidad Católica de San Pablo, Arequipa. Please welcome Sara Souza, Victor Cárdenas, and Renato Luis Postigo, who will be in charge of showing us his study case.
Hello, everyone. So, as you can see, and Jadira kindly said, our presentation will be from the International Office, represented by me, and my colleagues from the Analytics Department of UCSP. And our presentation will be in Spanish. I'm just giving this summary in the beginning for you to understand in general terms what we're going to explain today. And in the morning, Lucian was talking about the importance of the different departments to work together. And this is exactly what we are going to show you today. And just to have a little overview, I will start explaining the context of Peru, then the situation at UCSP, talking about internationalization and in specific academic mobility. And then my colleagues will present this good practice that we are working during this year. And considering that the IMAC project is exactly about that, good practices that can help us from the consortium and then other universities to work a better academic mobility. So we thought that this good practice can adapt to your institutions as well. So now I will change to the Spanish. Entonces, si nosotros hablamos del ecosistema peruano, y creo que esto no es solamente en Perú, podemos hablar en toda la región, hay realmente una gran competencia entre las universidades, principalmente si hablamos en las universidades privadas. Es una realidad, todas las universidades están siempre buscando la forma más estratégica, o más inteligente o más creativa para atraer a los estudiantes hacia su misma institución. Perú no es una excepción. Y en el caso de la Universidad Católica San Pablo, tenemos también que tener en consideración que nosotros no somos una universidad de capital. Nosotros estamos al sur de Perú y naturalmente competimos también con las universidades que están no solamente en la región, en la ciudad, pero también en Lima. Por otro lado, nosotros vemos, y hoy hemos conversado un poquito sobre eso, ¿no? En estos términos, de que la internacionalización muchas veces es reactiva. Hay muy pocas universidades que tienen una estrategia clara de lo que deberían hacer en internacionalización. Perú no es excepción. Y aquí si comparamos con Colombia, que tienen la dicha de tener una estrategia a nivel país, en Perú eso no existe. Claro que nos permite también trabajar, ¿no? Porque no hay lineamientos, no hay orientaciones a nivel nacional, pero tener una estrategia de internacionalización es sin duda fundamental para cualquier institución. Nosotros sabemos también que en Perú son muy pocas las universidades que tienen esta estrategia. Nosotros en la universidad tenemos orientaciones, estamos actualmente trabajando en nuestra estrategia de internacionalización, pero todavía no la tenemos. Nosotros hemos tenido también la felicidad de en 2023 y 2024 trabajar con el proyecto National Multiplication Training, financiado por el Servicio Alemán de Intercambio Académico, el DAAD, Y en ese momento, con las universidades con las cuales hemos participado, en que todas eran fuera de Lima, y aquí no es con el afán de excluir a Lima, pero sí de brindar oportunidades a universidades que no están en la capital, en ese proyecto hemos tenido la información de que las universidades en Perú no tienen esta estrategia. Este año hemos trabajado con el proyecto Culture y hemos tenido la misma respuesta. Estas universidades no tienen una estrategia de internacionalización. Entonces, estos serían los 3 puntos en específico para nuestra presentación que me gustaría presentarles para conocer un poquito mejor este contexto o el ecosistema en Perú. Si hablamos específicamente de la Universidad Católica San Pablo y hablando de la movilidad académica, les cuento que nosotros para registrar las movilidades, y me imagino que varias de sus universidades también, trabajamos con una hoja de cálculo, ¿no? Un Excel, en que colocamos la información de nuestros estudiantes y ahí vamos colocando a lo largo de los semestres con qué universidades trabajamos, con a dónde se van nuestros estudiantes, de dónde vienen. Y está bien, pero es una herramienta que puede ser mejorada y ya van a entender por qué les estoy contextualizando esto. Después tenemos también el impacto de las convalidaciones, de las homologaciones, de los cursos, que no es sencillo y no es algo que nosotros desde las oficinas de Relaciones Internacionales trabajamos. Nosotros dependemos de otras áreas, dependemos de las áreas académicas para que las convalidaciones de nuestros estudiantes sean una realidad. Y finalmente, nosotros sí tenemos también una muy buena práctica y en la cual también el proyecto IMAT ha aportado bastante, que es nuestra plataforma donde los estudiantes postulan a la movilidad, sea entrante o saliente. Pueden ver ahí el logo, nuestro Sistema Académico de Movilidad Internacional, que es también nuestra mascota, nuestro SAMI, es un cuy, y que los estudiantes de la San Pablo muy bien lo reconocen como el símbolo de la movilidad estudiantil. En esta plataforma nosotros, como les digo, recibimos las postulaciones de los estudiantes que les interesa la movilidad. Entonces, ¿qué tenemos actualmente? Tenemos nuestras hojas de cálculo con los postulantes de la movilidad, con los participantes de la movilidad. Tenemos las convalidaciones que nosotros no manejamos directamente porque eso es de las áreas académicas. Y tenemos nuestra plataforma donde los estudiantes postulan a la movilidad. Entonces vemos que nuestra información, digamos, no está consolidada. Y hoy podemos decir que esta información está consolidada y mis compañeros les van a contar cómo. Pero de parte de nuestra oficina, porque ellos claramente trabajan para toda la universidad, pero porque este es un valor agregado para nosotros en la Oficina de Relaciones Internacionales. Primero, y algo que me preguntaban hace poco las compañeras de Lituania, si nosotros tenemos ahora este sistema debido a que contratamos a un proveedor externo. No, son nuestros compañeros de la universidad que nos están brindando este apoyo. No quiero llamarlo servicio porque para nosotros es mucho más que eso. Entonces, no hay asesoría externa. Después esto promueve la colaboración interna porque tenemos la Oficina de Relaciones Internacionales trabajando con la Dirección de Analítica Institucional para que podamos tomar mejores decisiones respecto a la movilidad estudiantil y a los socios con los cuales estamos trabajando. Y finalmente comentarles también que puede parecer un detalle, pero es muy importante. Víctor, que lo van a conocer en unos momentos, antes de estar en el área de Analítica Institucional, él era director de gestión académica. Gestión académica era uno de los participantes del comité de decisión para que podamos decidir institucionalmente quién son los alumnos San Pablo que van a realizar la movilidad. Esto significa que Víctor ya conocía muy bien el trabajo que hacíamos en nuestra oficina y hoy, en su nuevo rol en la universidad, con esta información, le permitió también poder ayudarnos con la información que nosotros necesitamos. Y no solamente nosotras, toda la información que ellos están trabajando actualmente, y sé que estoy haciendo mucho suspenso, pero ellos ya les van a mostrar qué es esta información, no nos ayuda solamente a nosotros, ayuda a las áreas académicas, las escuelas profesionales, los departamentos, a tomar decisiones, ¿no? Por eso también colocamos que este dashboard, esta plataforma, ayuda a democratizar la información, tanto para nuestra oficina como las áreas académicas. Entonces, finalmente, este sistema de inteligencia, si ustedes se dieron cuenta al inicio, nosotros jugamos un poco con el IMAT y sí le llamamos un sistema de inteligencia porque no es sencillo tomar decisiones cuando estamos, como hablaba Luciana en la mañana, ¿no? Nosotros no tenemos la facilidad de Erasmus, no tenemos los fondos de Erasmus. Es muy difícil hacer movilidad académica en Latinoamérica. Entonces, que nosotros podamos tener este sistema de inteligencia que nos ayuda a tomar las mejores decisiones, sin duda que es un valor agregado para nuestra oficina. Entonces, lo que ellos hacen es recopilar la información, analizarla, no es que nosotros le damos, no, ellos tienen la información y ellos la tratan, no nos dan a nosotros, ahora tú ves qué haces, no. Ese trabajo es un trabajo también conjunto y eso tiene mucho valor. Entonces, generamos la información valiosa y, como les comentaba hace un minuto, implementamos decisiones estratégicas para nuestra universidad. Y como les decía, este es un trabajo que se está haciendo durante este año. No les vamos a decir que tomamos todas las decisiones estratégicas actualmente, pero es un trabajo que ya ve resultados. Y bueno, para terminar, entonces comentarles que realmente este dashboard es un salto cualitativo en la gestión de la movilidad académica y garantiza esta continuidad de los esfuerzos que hemos venido a trabajar con IMAT. Hay muchas buenas prácticas que se están comentando el día de hoy, que hemos trabajado a lo largo de estos 3 años y sin duda que pensándolo de esa forma, de repente sin IMAT nosotros no hubiéramos pensado en las actividades que estamos haciendo o en nuevas que hemos implementado y sin duda que este dashboard se junta a este esfuerzo que hemos venido haciendo con IMAT y nos trae también la sostenibilidad del propio proyecto al poder trabajar con nuestros colegas de la Dirección de Analítica Institucional. Y bueno, ahora les paso la palabra porque ya ellos les van a contar en lo que están trabajando, ya después de todo este suspenso.
Gracias, Sarita. Bueno, gracias por la oportunidad. De hecho, sin IMAT no estaríamos acá, seguiríamos en Arequipa. Yo lo que les voy a conversar es un poco, como somos un área analítica, lo que nos más encanta es mostrarles gráficos y números, ¿no? Entonces, este es un pequeño gráfico de cómo está la situación en Arequipa respecto a los estudios universitarios. La primera gráfica, Arequipa es la ciudad, la segunda ciudad del Perú y es la ciudad más importante del sur del Perú. Cada nombre, Apurímac, Cusco, Moquegua, Puno, Tacna, son los departamentos. Y lo que ven ahí son las barras de la cantidad en el primer gráfico de postulantes, que está por acá, si es que esto funciona. No lo veo, pero bueno. Fíjense cómo ha ido creciendo desde el año 22, 23 y 24 la cantidad de postulantes. Luego el siguiente gráfico es la cantidad de ingresantes. Más o menos hay una selectividad del 50% promedio. Y finalmente hay una cantidad de matriculados. ¿Por qué les mostramos esto? Porque Arequipa es un lugar donde hay bastante futuro para los estudios universitarios, ¿no? O sea, como pueden ver, es una cantidad importante de chicos que terminan el colegio y empiezan su carrera universitaria. El siguiente es la historia de la universidad. En el primer gráfico son la cantidad de postulantes nuevos. Esa línea azul hacia arriba, hubo esa explosión porque en el 2025 lanzamos el programa de medicina humana y en el Perú, y especialmente en el sur del Perú, la demanda de médicos es muy alta y no tenemos muchos médicos. Entonces vimos una oportunidad de tener ese programa y como pueden ver hay una demanda importante de muchachos. Y el segundo gráfico es nuestra evolución desde el año 2019 de la cantidad de matriculados en los estudios de pregrado. Como pueden ver, venimos creciendo, gracias a Dios. Y claro, eso implica varias responsabilidades y además varios retos, ¿no? Que es cómo hacer que eso siga creciendo o manteniéndose para que haya sostenibilidad en la universidad y sobre todo para que brindemos el mejor servicio posible. Esta es la historia del posgrado. Tenemos 137 programas de posgrado, 2.936 alumnos. Es un número interesante. Todavía hay posibilidades de crecer más. Aún no tenemos doctorados. Esperamos que pronto. En temas de investigación, la universidad ha tenido 79 postulaciones a Prociencia, que es un fondo del Estado peruano para hacer investigación. Somos la universidad fuera de Lima que ha tenido mayor número de proyectos seleccionados, 22. y la suma de todo eso nos da 1.4 millones de dólares que lo estamos usando para proyectos de investigación. Y estos somos nosotros, que un poco explicaba Sarita. Lo que nosotros hacemos en la Dirección de Analítica Institucional es utilizar los datos de manera estratégica para fortalecer la toma de decisiones informadas. Lo más complicado es transformar los datos en un activo fundamental. Ya la presentación anterior mostraron cómo es que han tenido que transformar datos para montarlos en la app. Bueno, eso hacemos nosotros todos los días. Y el objetivo es que haya una excelencia académica en la universidad, que crezcamos y sobre todo personalizar la experiencia educativa. Tenemos 6 objetivos estratégicos. Lo primero es garantizar la disponibilidad de información, y parte de lo que estamos logrando con la Dirección de Relaciones Internacionales es eso, que las áreas académicas, las áreas administrativas conozcan sobre los temas, sobre las cifras de internacionalización. Tenemos que fomentar una cultura de datos, queremos comprender las variables del éxito estudiantil. Muchas veces en las universidades siempre se dice, vamos a reducir la deserción, pero creemos de que más importante es entender cuáles son las claves del éxito estudiantil para que eso vaya creciendo. Queremos ayudar en la mejora continua utilizando análisis de datos, promover el uso ético y responsable, alinear estrategias con las áreas que correspondan. Y ahí viene el tema de gobernanza de datos, gestión de información, implementación de plataformas, que es lo que vamos a mostrarles en un momento. ¿Y cómo llegamos a este evento? Bueno, la universidad se ha puesto como objetivo estratégico para los siguientes 4 años, y lo coloco ahí, que es fortalecer y ampliar la propuesta de formación en pregrado, combinando excelencia e internacionalización. Eso es un éxito de la Dirección de Relaciones Internacionales, que aparezca esa frase en el objetivo estratégico, porque eso nos da pie a hacer diferentes acciones para llegar a esos objetivos. Y en este pantallazo que ven aquí es un dashboard que usan los rectores, el vicerrector, y marcamos en el centro, ese fue el inicio del análisis, unas líneas de la cantidad de alumnos, los incoming y los outgoing. Eso era con lo que empezamos. Al costado estaba la cantidad de proyectos de investigación, publicaciones, la cantidad de alumnos del posgrado, del pregrado, la cantidad de docentes, y arriba, que está bloqueado, es el dinero, que bueno, por eso lo hemos bloqueado. Entonces así se empezó. Y lo otro es que un informe, la dirección de Sarita, lo que hacían era mandar un informe en PDF, como lo pueden ver ahí. Ponían varias cosas, datos de los alumnos, dónde se fueron, quiénes vinieron, algunos gráficos muy sencillos, lo mandaban por mail muy bien elaborado, pero se quedaba ahí en las cuentas de correo de las autoridades o académicos, y por ahí alguno lo podía revisar, pero no era algo que podía funcionar. Entonces, ¿qué hicimos? Empezamos a analizar qué información usan, ya Sarita un poco lo mencionó, el Google Sheets, su sistema académico de movilidad internacional, el sistema de gestión académica, algunos informes. Luego construimos un modelo de datos en el equipo y luego iteramos, o sea, empezamos a preguntarles a ellas. A ellas les digo porque en la DRIC son todas mujeres y eso a veces siempre hace más complicado el trabajo, pero felizmente nos pusimos de acuerdo y no fueron tantas iteraciones. Y luego tuvimos que buscar aprobaciones de las autoridades para que lo que mostramos esté en relación a los objetivos. Lo presentamos en diferentes estamentos. Renato, que más adelante les va a hablar, hizo un curso sobre temas de internacionalización, porque muchas veces las áreas de analítica solo se interesan en el tema de la ciencia de datos, los modelos, temas de IA, pero si no entendemos bien cómo funciona el negocio, como lo decimos, no sirve de mucho. Y luego hicimos esta propuesta para IMAT, y claro, estamos felizmente acá en Bogotá. ¿Qué podemos aportarle a la Dirección de Relaciones Internacionales? Primero, análisis para elaborar estrategias que ayuden a cumplir el objetivo estratégico del 2026-2030. Lo segundo es compartir sus logros, que son los datos, a la plana directiva de la universidad, o lo que significa también democratizar la información, y eso es clave en cualquier sitio, en cualquier universidad. Queremos fomentar la cultura data-driven para que las decisiones sean informadas y estén basadas en datos. Otro de lo que estamos aportando es describir el perfil de los alumnos, saber quiénes son, cómo son los clientes, digamos, de la DRIC, conectar diferentes fuentes de información, no solamente lo que ellos tienen, sino ampliar la visión de la DRIC dentro de la universidad, datos académicos, datos financieros de los alumnos y todo lo que podamos encontrar. El siguiente año ellos tienen el encargo de hacer un diagnóstico de internacionalización, les vamos a apoyar en eso, y complementar la gestión del equipo de la DRIC, ¿no? Ya no van a hacer estos informes en Word, sino van a mostrarles nada más el dashboard. Los siguientes pasos es, queremos ampliar este alcance, vamos a incorporar las encuestas de satisfacción que hacemos tanto a los alumnos incoming o outgoing. Queremos también colocar la información del proceso de evaluación. En este proceso de evaluación hay entrevistas, hay ensayos, hay una serie de pasos que los chicos deben seguir que queremos analizar y meter todo el tema del diagnóstico de la internacionalización. Y como segundo punto, para el 2030, y bueno, progresivamente tenemos que medir el impacto de las estrategias que se generen. Lo dejo a Renato con la siguiente parte de la presentación. Gracias.
Bueno, ¿cómo están? Yo soy Renato Postigo, analista de datos en la Universidad Católica San Pablo. Y algo que quería mencionar que resulta muy importante es la participación que pude tener en el programa II, organizado por la Fundación Universitaria Juan N. Corpaz. Lo que sucede, que ya lo mencionaba también Víctor, es que muchas veces en las áreas de analítica o incluso en las áreas de tecnología, puede que a ustedes les haya pasado al intentar interactuar con las áreas, sus respectivas áreas de TI, es que les cuesta mucho entender el negocio, entender las necesidades que en verdad tienen sus usuarios. Las áreas analíticas no somos ajenas a eso. Muchas veces cometemos ese pequeño error. Entonces era muy importante para mí saber qué es lo que ocurre dentro de un área de internacionalización. Y participar en este programa me hizo entenderlo y me hizo dar cuenta que en verdad no sabía casi nada de lo que hacen en las áreas de internacionalización. Pude conocer mucho mejor qué es lo que se hace para poder armar el dashboard, para poder ver qué información colocar, cómo transmitir esta información. También tuve la oportunidad de compartir tanto dolores como victorias con universidades de otros países, universidades de Colombia, universidades de México, universidades de Chile. Y algo muy interesante fue ver que un dolor que compartíamos todas es que lo que se hace en internacionalización, que es algo que se ha mencionado varias veces en esta ponencia, no se comparte mucho con la comunidad universitaria, ¿no? Mucho del esfuerzo que ustedes hacen no se entera nadie más. Queda un poquito guardado ahí. Y yo me puse a pensar que eso no era muy justo, ¿no? Porque justamente también por ese trabajo que estamos haciendo con la Dirección de Relaciones Internacionales en San Pablo, me di cuenta de todo el trabajo que ustedes hacen y había que compartirlo de alguna manera. Y justamente mi equipo, que fue con 3 universidades de México que están en la diapositiva, ganamos tuvimos la propuesta ganadora de este programa con la propuesta Internacional sin sobrecargar, que consistía en hacer dar cuenta a las áreas, a las distintas direcciones, departamentos o como preferamos llamarles, que lo que ya hacemos internacionalización en nuestro día a día y que todos somos parte de la internacionalización. No es una responsabilidad exclusiva de las áreas de internacionalización, como también ya lo han mencionado varias veces. Entonces, justamente esto me ayudó a cubrir esa brecha que les estoy mencionando. Ahora, con todo eso en consideración, armamos el dashboard de internacionalización, que lo que se ve es un pequeño pantallazo de un vistazo principal. Tuvimos 3 momentos. El primero, la organización. Hay que organizar la información, como ya se ha mencionado, ¿no? Lo mencionó la doctora Silveri, Luciano. Lo mencionó en su presentación, que muchas veces trabajamos con hojas de cálculo en Excel, en Word, y en San Pablo no es una excepción. Entonces, traer toda esa información que podría estar en varios documentos y consolidarla toma un poco de tiempo, pero se logra consolidar y poder hacer los cruces mucho más fácilmente. También se tuvo que pensar qué queremos mostrar, qué es lo que más va a impactar, sabiendo que este dashboard lo van a ver las autoridades y queremos que las autoridades sean más conscientes de los esfuerzos de internacionalización. Otro tema muy importante es el de los filtros y permisos, sobre todo el tema de la seguridad, porque no queremos que gente de afuera de la universidad, por ejemplo, vea datos sensibles. No queremos que todo el mundo pueda ver el detalle de los alumnos que están participando por A motivos. Y finalmente, hacer una presentación con los insights más importantes, que ahora les voy a comentar algunos de ellos. Por ejemplo, cabe mencionar que el dashboard está más enfocado en primer momento en lo que es movilidad académica de estudiantes y ya después vamos también a ir ampliándolo a todas las distintas aristas que se cubren desde las áreas de internacionalización. Por ejemplo, en el caso de los chicos incoming, que son los que vienen, desde el 2023, hemos recibido, esos últimos 3 años, hemos recibido 113 alumnos, que no es una cantidad muy grande, pero es bueno conocer cuál es nuestra realidad. Algo interesante es que la mayoría de alumnos vienen de Colombia, de acá. Y otro gran porcentaje provienen de Estados Unidos, que es algo que también probablemente va a ir cambiando con todo el contexto político y geográfico que está ocurriendo. Algo que encontramos que es muy interesante, que lo voy a explicar un poquito más adelante, es que estos chicos que vienen de afuera les va ligeramente mejor que a los chicos que tenemos en Perú, lo que podría ser una prueba de que aportan a nuestro rendimiento académico en la universidad. Y las escuelas que más alumnos reciben son las escuelas de Derecho e Ingeniería Industrial. En el caso de los chicos que salen, desde el 2023 hemos tenido un poquito más, 172 alumnos, que sigue siendo un porcentaje bajo. Hemos visto cifras hoy día que presentaban que en promedio en todo Sudamérica, menos del 1% de alumnos logra tener una experiencia internacional y en San Pablo no es la excepción, estamos más o menos hablando de ese porcentaje, considerando que nuestra población de pregrado es de más o menos 9.000 alumnos. Igualmente, hemos visto que las preferencias que tienen los chicos de acá, gracias a la encuesta que realizaron, son Colombia y España. Y en San Pablo tampoco es excepción. Los países que tienen más visitas son Colombia y España, que ocupan casi un poquito más de la mitad de nuestra población que sale. Algo también interesante es el perfil de las escuelas. La mayoría de chicos que salen son de escuelas de negocios, administración de negocios y de ingeniería industrial, que bueno, tienen ahí algunos nexos en común. Hicimos una evaluación del rendimiento académico antes del intercambio y después del intercambio, lo voy a comentar también después. Y quisimos también perfilar, dado que tenemos la información de nuestros alumnos, cuál es el perfil del chico que quiere irse afuera y que suele quedar seleccionado para salir y tener una experiencia afuera del país. ¿No? Entonces, por ejemplo, uno de los primeros gráficos que mostramos y que de hecho ayuda mucho en la operación regular de la Dirección de Relaciones Internacionales es este gráfico de aquí, que permite rápidamente observar con qué universidades trabajamos y si es que alguna de estas tiene un comportamiento balanceado. Es decir, qué universidades reciben más y de qué universidades recibimos más. La idea era tener algo balanceado, pero este gráfico evidenció que no se está realizando. Y esto ya le permite, por ejemplo, a la Dirección de Relaciones Internacionales intentar entender el porqué de este comportamiento. Porque hay universidades donde mandamos bastantes chicos, 5 o 3 chicos, pero no recibimos ningún alumno de ahí. ¿Qué es lo que está pasando en esas coordinaciones? O viceversa. Porque tenemos universidades de las que vienen muchos chicos, pero nosotros no mandamos ninguno. Y eso es algo que también podría estar pasando en sus universidades, que les animamos a hacer también este ejercicio. Y si es que su estrategia también es la de tener algo balanceado, podrían llevarse algunas sorpresas. Esto es, por ejemplo, la cantidad de estudiantes que tenemos por país desde el 2019. Como se ve claramente, Colombia es la universidad de más chicos que vienen a San Pablo, ¿no? Que es algo muy interesante y demuestra el interés que también tienen los estudiantes de acá en ir a estudiar a Arequipa. Como mencioné también, Estados Unidos es otro país y por temas de pandemia en México también hubo algunos intercambios virtuales, ¿no? en la época de pandemia. Ahora, esto y algo que nos gusta hacer mucho en la dirección analítica es hacer más preguntas, porque lo que tenemos aquí es lo que ya ha ocurrido, que probablemente no se había visualizado tan fácilmente antes. Entonces, las preguntas naturales que nacen son, ¿por qué Colombia? ¿No? O sea, ¿qué hacemos nosotros para llamar el interés de Colombia? O a lo mejor es un trabajo que se hace acá en Colombia, ¿no? Que se genera el interés naturalmente por Perú. ¿Qué es lo que sucede con Estados Unidos? ¿Y por qué otros países que también son vecinos de Perú, como por ejemplo Chile, Ecuador, Bolivia o Brasil, no tienen estos números o no tienen el interés por nosotros? Entonces, eso ya permite enfocar un poco mejor los esfuerzos, en el caso de la Dirección de Relaciones Internacionales, a partir de los datos y análisis que nosotros les estamos mostrando. Esto es justamente lo que les comentaba. Esto es igual desde el 2019 hasta el 2025, que ya cerraron las notas del primer periodo. ¿Cómo les fue a nuestros alumnos regulares? Que está de ese color un poquito azul, un poco oscuro. Y el azul fuerte son los alumnos de afuera. Y notamos mucho la mejora, ¿no? En Perú las notas son vigésimales, son sobre 20. Y en algunos casos la diferencia de notas es hasta de un punto, que es bastante. Entonces nace la pregunta de cómo es que estos chicos aportan a la mejora del rendimiento académico, que es algo que desde San Pablo queremos impulsar. Y esto también permite no solo ya trabajar con la Dirección de Relaciones Internacionales, sino trabajar con las otras áreas, con las escuelas o en nuestro caso con la Dirección de Pregrado, que son los especialistas en pedagogía, y ayudarnos a entender esto. Y eso también ayuda a difundir los resultados y el esfuerzo que hace la Dirección de Relaciones Internacionales, y que no se vean estos intercambios solo como eso, sino como algo que aporta a toda la universidad y nos ayuda a aportar y aporta mucho a los objetivos estratégicos que tenemos. Este es el caso de los alumnos outgoing, que son los que salen del país, y igualmente nace la pregunta, ¿por qué Colombia? Porque se puede rápidamente ver cómo Colombia tiene bastantes chicos de nosotros que vienen a visitar este país. España es el segundo, y de ahí hay una lista de varios países que no tienen muchos alumnos. Pero justamente podemos hacer la misma pregunta. ¿Por qué nuestros alumnos tienen el interés por Colombia? O por el país que sea, ¿no? En el caso de sus universidades. ¿Tenemos una relación preferencial con este país o es algo que se da naturalmente? Son preguntas que vale la pena que se analicen después, justamente para mejorar todo lo que se hace internamente en la Dirección de Relaciones Internacionales. Y esto está de fácil acceso para ellos. No solo para ellos, sino también para cada escuela. Cada escuela puede venir, o cada programa, y ver hacia dónde están yendo sus alumnos, de dónde vienen los alumnos internacionales, lo que también les permite a ellos mismos mejorar las relaciones que tienen, mejorar los convenios o proponer nuevos convenios, ¿no? Al ver que otras escuelas o programas tienen convenios con otros países. Igual esto es en el caso por escuelas. Ya les mencioné, arriba es Administración de Negocios, y la tercera de abajo hacia arriba es Ingeniería Industrial, que son las escuelas que tienen más alumnos que salen. Y es interesante ver el comportamiento igual por cada una de las escuelas. Por ejemplo, Derecho, que es la que dice DER, es la escuela que más alumnos tiene en la Universidad Católica San Pablo. Pero como ven, no es la escuela o el programa que más alumnos o más intercambios genera, ¿no? Entonces, ahí ya se puede hacer un trabajo directamente con ellos para entender qué es lo que está pasando, por qué no están saliendo sus alumnos, puede ser un tema natural de su carrera, y ya empieza a abrir esas puertas de mejora. Y empieza ayuda a que la internacionalización empiece a sonar en toda la universidad. Igualmente hay escuelas pequeñas, como por ejemplo la que dice ARC, que es Arquitectura y Urbanismo, o AMM, que es Ingeniería Ambiental, que no tienen tantos alumnos, pero igual generan la misma cantidad de intercambios que Derecho. Entonces habría que ver qué es lo que están haciendo bien estas escuelas, que están motivando a que sus alumnos postulen. Y esto empezar a difundir y difundir y difundir, y que todo el mundo se empiece a enterar de lo que sucede internamente. Y esto es lo que les mencionaba también. Este es el rendimiento antes del intercambio, 4 semestres antes hasta un semestre antes, y el rendimiento después de que el alumno regresa. Esto, claro, es en promedio. Entonces, como se ve, son chicos muy buenos, usualmente los que salen a hacer intercambios en San Pablo, pero siempre tienen una ligera caída en su regreso. No es muy notoria, pero existe una ligera caída. Y una pregunta que le hicimos a la Dirección de Relaciones Internacionales fue si le hacían seguimiento después del intercambio, que eso es lo que también se ha mencionado ahora. Y una recomendación que sería hacer el seguimiento antes, durante y después. Y en San Pablo es algo que no se hacía, pero a partir de esto es algo que ya se está empezando a considerar hacer. ¿Por qué? Porque el alumno que viene de hacer el intercambio, actualmente se le pierde un poco el rastro. O sea, sobre sus opiniones, sobre lo que está haciendo en la universidad, sobre un poco incluso lo que está aplicando, que ha aprendido afuera en la universidad. Entonces, haciendo el seguimiento después, podríamos entender por qué está sucediendo esto. Claro, internamente nacen muchas hipótesis de por qué podría estar sucediendo. Pero justamente esto ayuda a hacer un cambio que ya se va a aplicar para los siguientes chicos que salgan. Y entender cuál es el aporte, no solo en el momento, no solo inmediatamente después, sino en el resto de su carrera universitaria, e incluso, ¿por qué no?, cuando ya egresó de la universidad. Esto también es muy importante, que es el tipo de becas que se otorgaban en San Pablo. Yo les soy muy sincero, antes de hacer este dashboard no sabía de todo el apoyo que se le daba a nuestros alumnos. Y esto es muy importante que también lo vean las autoridades, porque esto es un esfuerzo, junto con todos los convenios que se consiguen desde la Dirección de Relaciones Internacionales, que se vea, que sea visible. Y esto es algo que ya los altos directivos de la universidad lo ven, lo saben, y son más conscientes del trabajo que se hace de esta internacionalización. Y no solo ellos, sino también las propias escuelas. Es una triste realidad en la universidad que muchos directores de programas o de facultades no saben lo que se hace, no saben todo el esfuerzo que hace nuestro equipo de internacionalización. Y esta es una forma de evidenciarlo y que puedan ver el beneficio que le trae a sus propias escuelas y que puedan participar más directamente con ellos. Y finalmente, y esto lo menciono porque es algo que pasa muy seguido también en las áreas de analítica cuando presentamos la información. Corren hipótesis internas sobre algunas cosas. Al no tener la información visible, nosotros, a partir de la experiencia propia, empezamos a hipotetizar sobre ciertos escenarios. Por ejemplo, en el caso de la Dirección de Relaciones Internacionales, la hipótesis era que el alumno que sale de intercambio es un alumno que ya en el colegio se iba a intercambio, que son los chicos de color azul. Estos chicos estudiaron en colegios que les permitían ya tener esa experiencia y claro, en la universidad la querían volver a vivir, pero es de otra perspectiva. Entonces, el gráfico de abajo es la proporción de alumnos, pero que se fueron de intercambio. Y lo que vemos ahí es que no suele pasar de la cuarta parte del alumnado que se va a intercambio. Lo que le sorprendió mucho a la Dirección de Relaciones Internacionales es que esa barra de color un poco rosada, guayaba, son los chicos que no son de Arequipa. Que suelen ser chicos de realidades muy distintas a veces a las que se conoce. Es una población que a veces en la universidad es un poco dejada de lado. Pero en los últimos semestres, en los últimos años, ha sido el grueso de los chicos que han salido de internacionalización, ¿no? Esto fue un poco sorprendente, no solo para la Dirección de Relaciones Internacionales, sino también para nosotros, pero es la realidad. Y lo bonito de jugar con los datos es conocer cuál es tu realidad, porque eso te permite tomar estrategias y tomar decisiones acorde a tu realidad, y no a la realidad que piensas que está sucediendo, sino a lo que en verdad está sucediendo. Entonces, lo que continúa ahora es idear estrategias para justamente atender a esta población, ¿no? Que son chicos que probablemente llevan solos, entonces ya tienen cierto tipo, o sea, se les hace un poco más sencillo irse de intercambio, ¿no? Es una realidad que no es tan desconocida para ellos. Y ver por qué los otros segmentos a lo mejor no tienen tanta o se preocupan tanto por irse afuera. Pero lo importante es eso, ayudar a tomar decisiones informadas basadas en datos. I'll give a brief summary for those who don't speak Spanish of this whole presentation. Together with the International Relationships team and the Analytics team at Universidad Católica San Pablo, we developed a dashboard that helps with mainly two things. The first one, to help the international team to make informed decisions, strategic decisions that help them in their regular operation, to improve the results and to know what's actually happening within the international team. And secondly, to be able to broadcast this information outside of the international team. As we've noticed that the efforts of the international teams are most of the times not noticed in many universities. And we don't want that to happen. I had the opportunity to participate in an international program to understand about internationalization. And it made me realize all the hard work you guys do. So I thought it's only fair for everyone in the community to know what you are doing. And this dashboard is presented to authorities, to school program directors, and to the whole community to know what you are doing and to let everyone know how important internationalization is for the university and how much it is already helping the whole institution and how we are already a part of it. Eso sería todo. Muchas gracias. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sara, Victor, and Renato. I think this presentation has given us some ideas, has made us ask questions about our processes and what could we do better. But I would like to ask if you have any questions, either in the virtual attendees or here, the people from the audience.
In English or Spanish?
In English is fine.
Okay, great. I would like to know how is the process of getting together? How did you guys started that conversation that led to having these dashboard? What was the process?
Well, I can start with the answer. It was because of the director of the international office knew that they existed, to be really honest. We didn't know. We knew about this new office. Last year, of course, we heard about it, but it was not clear what was their responsibility. And in some other meeting, when they were presenting this kind of dashboard, these results to other departments, our director was there. So she started talking with them about how the information of the internationalization could be in this dashboard. And then we started with the meetings, and as both of them said, they started asking us questions. And they ask so many questions, and a lot of them are not in this dashboard yet. So we have a long work that we need to continue doing, because in that moment I understood that they make this data, but they are very good asking questions, because they asked questions that, to me, to be honest, I have never thought about them. So we are now in this process. We have a lot of information. They show you like a little percentage of the information that we have from the international office and internationalization activities, but we need to have more. So this is a work that we'll continue working on for the next month and maybe years, because this helps us a lot to think, to reflect. But yeah, this was, if I'm not mistaken, this was the process when both areas got together.
From the perspective of the analytics team, international office came to us asking for help, as they saw our mission in university is to help the whole university. So when they asked us for help, we said, okay, let's try and do it. We worked together to try to understand first, as I mentioned, what does an international team do? That was a very interesting process for us. As I mentioned, we had no idea about what you guys do. So we also learned a lot. Part of the analytics process is to ask a lot of questions and to see if the data we have helps answering those questions. And it's a very iterative process, as we mentioned in the presentation, because we present first something, we ask questions. Though some of those questions get answered, some we have to dig deeper, and more questions are asked, and we present another result, and so on, so on, so on. And there's still lots of work to do, as Sarah has mentioned, lots of data to be cleaned, lots of data to be prepared for this process, and much more information to be shared with the whole community in São Paulo.
Well, thank you, three of us, for this presentation and allowing to know more about the Arequipa and the University of São Paulo. And my question is how your work is impacting or already or will impact the decision making in the university, because those who have information have everything. So information is key, is gold. But then you have to get this information and the product of this information to the high level of the decision making. And if this level is not committed to transform what you will, what this information is showing, and what you can do planning upon those information, those data, it will be a beautiful work, but not useful or not transformative. So my question is really how it's impacting or will impact the whole university.
Thank you, Renata, for that. So, for example, one of the points was the one that Renato mentioned about the support that we give to our students after the mobility. Because we saw that their grades are not that good after the experience abroad. I have my own answer about that. I think that this is totally my author. I'm the author of this, so please don't write this in any place. I think that after the mobility, students open their eyes for that maybe study and to have the maximum grade, it's not the final goal of being at university, because they develop a lot of skills when they are abroad. So this is my answer about why the grades are not that good after the mobility. But of course, it's something that we want to know why. So this is one of the answers that we need to have, because why? Of course, now they know that the world is big and they want to have better lives, not only being studying. But of course, it's my theory. So let's see why, because now we want to be more aware of the students after the mobility. So this is one of the decisions, let's say. The other is about the credit recognitions. We have a serious but a problem with that at the CSP. It's very difficult. So right now it's one of our strategic projects from our office for the 2026. It's to work with the responsible areas to see how to improve in this way of helping students to have a better credit recognitions during their mobility. Because of course, some of the students, sometimes they quit from their application because they see that they won't have this recognition of the credits as they wished. So this is another decision for the next year. And the other, as I said, we are now working of gathering information, not only with them, but with our authorities, with our professional schools, to implement the internationalization strategy. And right now we are gathering information, and in the next semester, we already talked with Victor and Renato that we will need their help to have this information. And we are now having someone from our team that is working directly with Renato, because there is a lot of information. And of course, they don't work just for our office, they work for all the universities. So now Renato is helping someone from our office to have this information, some kind like this dashboard. But at some point, we will need their help because it's bigger information, and it's something that in next year we need to present to the rectoral board with all this information, the one that they have, the one that we are gathering right now, to have a proposal of an internationalization strategy at the CSP. So it's a lot. It's a lot. Unfortunately, we are only 5 in our office, so I think it's a good number. I know it's not the worst, it's not the best, but we wish to have the opportunity to do more with the information that they are giving us. But for now, at least we have 3 or 4 actions that we are already implementing, already looking for the answers to have results in the next year.
And to complement Sarah's answer, one good thing that we have as the analytics team is that we are part of the strategic planning direction. So that direction is in constant, they're constantly talking with the higher ups at the university. So most of the insights we find not only of internationalization, but with whole university, they tend to get to the higher ups because of that in just regular talks. And also due to the fact that we work with the whole university, we understand how each part of the university helps with the university objectives. As Victor mentioned in the presentation, we managed to get, well, the international office team managed to get the internationalization as part of the strategic objectives for the next strategic planning, which is good. It means they are listening. It means they are aware of the positive impact that internationalization has and will have in the future. And we also, as we work with the whole university, transfer that knowledge, not only of that, but of everything as a whole that we find.
Any other questions or comments? No? Okay, so thank you again for your participation and for this information on data-driven planning. Okay, so it's time to wrap up for the day. To conclude, I would like to make some, can we go? Okay. Okay, you can go. Throughout the day, we have seen different stages of the project. We have seen the work of 3 years from 9 institutions and the research of a wonderful speaker. Today, myself, I take away a couple of ideas from you guys. Number one, I would like to mention what Dr. Stalivieri said about the humanization of internationalization. I think that's something that we need to start thinking about. The second one that I would like to bring back is when she said that we are used to talking about best practices. We're used to talking about the good things about internationalization. But maybe it's also time for us to start thinking about, and what happens when something goes wrong? What do we learn from that? And how do our processes and how do our strategy changes from that? I would also like to bring back what Cesar, Camilo, and Brito said, and that is that bringing people together to this kind of activities is demanding. But I think that what we need to do is to continue doing it, no matter how many people come to our activities. But it's a way to start doing something. Now, I would like to ask you, what takeaways do you take from today? Anybody would like to comment before we go? Thank you, Sarah.
Thank you, Chadira. And I completely agree with you. We need to continue doing this kind of events, even face-to-face or virtually. It's not easy to do internationalization. And if I can talk about the Latin America context, it's even, I don't want to say worse, but...
Or difficult.
Yeah, harder. And so it's so enriching to listen of all of these experiences, because even with difficulties, we are here trying to make our universities better and to give the best opportunities to our academic communities. So this, after listening to Luciane, I think she has a very easy way to explain this, but at the same time, she gave us a very strong message about how to do internationalization and how to continue. So I think from today, this is a message, the reflection that I take with me, that continue and to work together to make higher education better, because in the end, we are working for the future of our world. So we should continue doing this.
In addition to what has already been said, I would add that it was an important message about research and having data, just to show not only ourselves and also but the our managers and our universities community around us what this work means, and also what impact it could bring, and we should measure what we treasure and make ourselves visible. And also from a keynote speech where we saw the different reality, when you see statistics, the trends, where there's everything is going. Yeah, and we have to base our decision on real data, on what we know actually about, not have ideas about, but actually know about. Thank you.
Yep. Anybody else?
Thank you. I think that what I take today is the ability that we have of reinventing ourselves in spite of the difficulties, the capacity that we have of tackling our difficulties. And I think that IMAT is living proof of that, and of ways of looking at problems that we are facing, finding solutions, and that those solutions will sustain in our institutions. And so that's it.
Thank you.
And I would like to add to that, that what I've learned today, it's we know maybe we should reflect more why we are here and why we are doing this. And I'm pretty sure that each one of us know why we are here. But, and then move to the how, as Luciana Stalivieri said. So once we know why, we move to the how. And the how we will be able to do if we stick together. And I think this is the message for me today, that the importance of a project collaborative, cooperative like this one, with different universities, different realities, different data, different prospects for actions, really actions taking place. But then when we think together, we can discover that sometimes our problems are the same, sometimes they are different, but together we can think about solutions that might be fit into the different cases, but we will only be able to do it if we do it together. So I think this is the message for me.
I don't know if anybody in the online session has any comments. Okay, so well, this is the end of today. Thank you very much for being here, for joining us in person or online. It has been a wonderful day, and we'll see each other tomorrow to continue this journey. Tomorrow we will talk about mobility labs, mobility exhibitions, the catalog of tools, one of the deliverables of the project, and most importantly, to wrap up, we will have again Dr. Stalivieri to lead us through some ideas and some takeaways from the catalog of tools. So let's meet all together here tomorrow at 9 a.m. Have a very good night.
Le solicitamos al público asistente no descuidar sus objetos